And this is Gavel to Gavel, WCVW-TV's complete coverage of the Richmond City Council. Good evening once again. I'm Dick Harmon. Welcome to our first and only meeting of the month of December, the first only scheduled meeting, and most likely our final meeting of calendar 2014. We have a very busy agenda tonight and a very long informal meeting. It lasted over 3 hours. And we are trying to get the council members back within 10 minutes to start on time. I doubt that's going to happen, but you never know. But meanwhile, let's take a look at the agenda. We started out with 43 items. We're down to 42 now. 33 on consent, 9 on regular. There are no items for appointments or reappointments tonight. So let's run down as quickly as we can. The ones that are being continued, I will just give you the ordinance number. And because we're not going to be getting into that tonight, so we'll just give you the ordinance number and then go from there. Okay, starting off, item number 1, ordinance 2014-93, continued until January 26th. Item 2, ordinance 2014-131, continued till January 26th. Item 3, ordinance 2014-194, continued till February 9th. Item 4, ordinance 2014-199, continued till January 12th. Finally, we get one we're going to hear tonight on the consent agenda. Item 5, ordinance 2014-203, and this is declaring surplus and directing the sale of 313 North 24th Street and 2407 East Marshall Street for $325,000 to Sterling Builder, LLC. This is so they construct a mixed-use development including commercial, residential, and civic space. That stays on consent. Item 6, ordinance 2014-205. That's continued till January 12th. Item 7, ordinance 2014-208. Continued till January 12th. Item 8, ordinance 2014-217. Continued till January 12th. Item 9, ordinance 2014-221. Continued till the 12th of January. Now, item number 10, on the latest edition of the agenda, it was not listed. So, because it has been withdrawn. That was the one about special use on Utah Place for a day nursery. That has been withdrawn. So, it may be a little confusing. Some papers may say item 11, some say item 10, but anyhow, it's on our paper revised now. It's item 10, ordinance number 2014-229. That's being continued till January 12th. Item 11, ordinance 2014-230, and that's for the purpose of reflecting amendments to the Virginia Code. That stays on consent. Items 12 and 13, which are ordinances 2014-231 and 2014-232. This is the retention of the Wyeth LLC facility at 1211 Sherwood Avenue. That will be staying, those are companion papers, but they're staying on consent agenda. Item 14, 2014-234, establishing a Maggie L. Walker Initiative Citizens Advisory Board, stays on consent. Item 15, ordinance 2014-235, rezoning 1829 West Cary and 1831 West Cary. That stays on consent. Item 16, ordinance 2014-236. This is closing public use 2 alleys in the block bounded by Porter Street, West 12th, Bainbridge, and West 13th. That stays on consent. Item 17 now. And this is ordinance 2014-238. Authorizes the CAO to accept $500 from AARP for the purpose of providing funds for the city's neighbor-to-neighbor service project. Item 18, ordinance 2014-240, and that's naming an unnamed east-west alley location. This is bounded by South Shields Avenue, West Main, South Road, and West Cary. It's going to be called Sidewalk Alley. Item 19, ordinance 2014-241. This concerns duties of the cashier in the parking violations section and parking permits. All this does is transfers duties and functions. It doesn't change anything else. It just transfers the duties of the cashier from the Department of Finance to the Department of Public Works. But everything else stays the same. That stays on consent. Item 20, Ordinance 2014-242, special use, the Greater Richmond Convention Center for a rooftop wireless communications facility. That stays on consent. Item 22, this is one of the papers for the Martin Agency, and that's going to be moved to the regular agenda. And it's declaring surplus and directing the sale of real estate at 120 Shackle Slip, 1131A East Canal Street, and air rights over a portion. In other words, this is giving expanded property so the Martin Agency can expand, hire another 100 people roughly, and stay within the city of Richmond. So that's a city retention paper. That is going to be moved to the regular agenda. Items 23 and 24, and this is concerning the new low-line park along Dock Street. One is authorizing donation of services and materials in the form of landscaping and future maintenance. And the other one, paper 24, is transferring $100,000 from street sidewalks and alley improvements and $100,000 from 2015 Road World Cycling Championship infrastructure projects. This is transferring that money to the Three Chop Garden Club to beautify and maintain the community and prevent the neighborhood deterioration. This is all to build and maintain this new low-line park along Dock Street. Item number 25 is being continued, and that is Ordinance Resolution 2013-254. Item 26, Resolution 2014-149, being continued till the 12th of January. Item 27, Resolution 2014-R150, also being continued till the 12th of January. Item 28, Resolution 2014-R180, supporting the Shaco Economic Revitalization Strategy. That stays on consent. Item 29, Resolution 2014-R181, continued till January 12th. Item 30, Resolution 2014-R184, continued until the 12th of January. Item 31 is Resolution 2014-R237, and this is encouraging support and participation in the Love Lights program for this year. The lights are on now. They'll stay on until the 1st of January. That stays on consent. Item 32, Resolution 2014-R239, supporting a request to the General Assembly of Virginia for redistricting reform. That stays on consent. As does item 33, Resolution 2014-R247. This approves an expenditure of $1,765 from the council district funds for the 2nd District for the printing and mailing of their district winter newsletter. Now, appointments and reappointments, there is nothing being considered tonight. However, I am now getting a page that we're going to have one item here that I know of. That'll be a presentation to the Museum District Association, a joint recognition award. The others, I believe, have already been passed and presented, but we'll find out more about that as we go along. This paper was just, and I mean just, handed to me. Let's get on to the regular agenda now. Item 34, Ordinance 2014-148. This transfers $135,000 from the Department of Fire and Emergency Services to the Department of Police for additional funding for career development for police employees. And that's for the purpose of equalizing duration of pay for each department. In other words, taking money from one and adding it to equalize the pay. That stays on the regular agenda. Item 35, Ordinance 2014-228. And this is amending the capital budget. This is one of the stone brewing projects. This increases revenues from planned borrowings and the amount appropriated to a new stone brewing project by $23 million. That stays on consent. Item 36, Ordinance 2014-233, authorized the issuance of general obligation public improvement bonds in the maximum amount of $23 million to finance the cost of school projects and various projects for the city. That stays on the regular agenda. And those will be voted on in a block with item 39, which we'll get to in just a second. Item 37, Ordinance 2014-239, grants the lease, franchise, right, and privilege to use certain property at 100 Virginia Street for parking in accordance with a certain parking lease. This is a companion paper to the Martin Agency paper that was on the consent. This one has to stay on regular. They want to make them companion papers, so they're moving the other paper to the regular agenda. Item 38, Ordinance 2014-244. This is awarding a one-time bonus for this fiscal year to police and fire employees who would be eligible for advancement pursuant to a career development plan if such advancement pursuant to this section was not suspended. So that's a bonus going to them. That stays on. Now, as I said before, items 35, 36, and this is item number 39. They're all, 39 is executing a Governor's Development Opportunity Fund performance agreement between the city and the Economic Development Authority, and doing business as a Stone Brewing Company. That's the company for the purpose of establishing, administering performance-based incentives provided pursuant to the Governor's Development Opportunity Fund. The three papers are all papers concerning the Stone Brewery coming to Richmond. Item 40, and this is Resolution 2014-R156, and that's supporting efforts by economic development to negotiate with desired intent to acquire various properties in Shockoe Bottom for the purpose of developing one or more facilities for commercial enterprises. It sounds very confusing, but all they want to do, they want to take a study and see, well, if we wanted to buy these properties, what would they cost? Let's negotiate. Let's see what kind of property. It does not mean we're going out and buying all the property in Shockoe Bottom or anything else. They want to find out what the financial things are involved in it, and then they will go into further discussions on it. So no worry, they're not going to wake up tomorrow morning and read the paper that the city has just bought all this property. No, that's not what this paper is about. It's merely to negotiate with the desired intent, but not committing any. Okay, item number 41 is to determine that 2907 North Boulevard is not devoted to and not immediately needed for public use, and thus may be leased or otherwise made available for temporary use in periods less than a year. After some discussion, they decided they were going to continue that one until our next meeting on the 12th of January. And item number 42, Resolution 2014-R248, to establish a policy that the Council intends to appropriate on an annual basis up to $2.5 million collected from real estate taxes to pay the debt service on bonds issued for capital improvement to school facilities occupied by the school board of the city of Richmond. That was a lot of discussion went on with that one, but that one is going to stay on the regular agenda. So where do we stand now? I know it's confusing. A lot of numbers have gone back and forth. We started out with 34 items on consent. One got withdrawn. We have 14 continued, one amended continued. So we are down to 18 papers now on consent agenda. We originally had no appointments and reappointments. Now apparently we do, which we haven't had a chance to look into yet, but there will be some appointments and reappointments, or actually awards and presentations. And now on the regular agenda we had 9 items. One was continued, and then one being moved from consent to regular. So we're still at 9 items. 8 people speaking on citizens' comment period. Those 8 will be talking about dangerous trees, economic development, the 2015 legislative proposals for the General Assembly, concerns about an electric bill, history of the J. Fulmer Bright Foundation, a concealed weapons permit, affordable housing trust fund guidelines, and renaming a highway. Those are the papers that the people will be talking about during the citizens' comment period for this evening. And the council members are starting to gather back here. I'm looking out there, and there's a crowd gathered around in front of the dais, and I'm not sure exactly what they're talking about right now, but I'm sure we'll find out shortly. But before we start tonight's meeting, I did want to take a moment or two. We lost last week, very unexpectedly, a friend of education in the Commonwealth of Virginia, and those of you who watched Channel 12 saw him as a commentator there. I'm talking, of course, of Dr. Bill Bosher. I cannot say I was a close personal friend of Dr. Bosher. We were acquaintances. We had done some work together over the years. He was one of the most gracious and concerned and caring people I think I've ever met. He always had time for people. His first and foremost, he used to make sure that education was first and foremost, that young people went out of school prepared for the future. He was a very concerned man about what was going on with the youth of today and also the school systems, the interoperings on a statewide basis, on a local basis. And he was just a great man, too. So we're going to say, Dr. Bosher, you will be missed, and thank you for your service. We'll be getting started in just a minute. I'm Dick Harmon. Stay tuned.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for your patience tonight. We just finished a few minutes ago with our informal meeting. I'll go ahead and call the formal meeting of Richmond City Council to order. And at this point, I would ask that the Reverend Sterling Severns from Tabernacle Baptist Church in my district on Grove Avenue provide us with the invocation. Reverend.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we gather on the other side of Sabbath, prepared to begin again. We enter into this historic chamber with a keen awareness that there is much work to be done. We look back, we can no longer see where the journey began. We look forward with a renewed sense of purpose, with eyes firmly fixed on the horizon. The challenges that we face as leaders of this great city are both new and strangely familiar, all at the same time. We pray that the lessons shared by those that have come before us will guide us as we move forward together. We pray that voices of unity and vision will set the tone of this evening, and that our motives will remain true to the task at hand. God, as we come together this evening, we pray that you will bring us together. Open our eyes and make us aware of your presence among us. Help us to see the potential you've bestowed upon each and every leader in this room, and give us the necessary wisdom we need as we listen to each other. We have come to work together for the common good of the city that we all call home. It is by your grace that we seek discernment, and it is by your love that we begin again. Hear our prayer, Lord. Amen.
Amen. If all would rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please be seated. Madam Clerk, would you please read the Chamber Emergency Evacuation Plan announcement and the Citizen Speaker's Guideline?
Upon activation of the emergency alarm signal, all persons should immediately exit the building. Please use the exits to the left or right front of the council chamber or the east or west stairwells outside the rear doors of the chamber. Do not use elevators or escalators. After exiting the building, proceed to the assembly area located in the parking lot bordered by Clay, 8th and 9th Streets. Citizens and employees should assist visually and hearing impaired visitors with exiting the building. Citizens wishing to speak during public hearings and or the citizen comment period have generally 3 minutes to speak. Persons appearing before council are not allowed to campaign for public office, promote private business ventures, use language of a personal nature which insults or demeans any person, including comments directed at public officials or staff members that are not related to their official duties, or address or question staff members directly. All questions are to be directed to the president of council. Failure to adhere to the guidelines may result in speakers forfeiting any remaining time and further disciplinary action as necessary, which could include barring from attendance at future meetings of the City Council for a period of 6 months.
Mr. President, for the record, all members of council are in attendance with the exception of Councilwoman Trammell. It's my understanding she just stepped away temporarily.
Thank you very much. Folks, at the request of a council member, I wanted to make sure everyone understood on the regular agenda there's a couple of items related to the building of a brewery, Stone Brewery. It will not encompass any funding for the second phase, the phase 2, the restaurant portion. If you are here to speak about the restaurant portion, there is not a portion of tonight where that will be available. That's going to come at a later date. What we'll be discussing is exclusively funding for the brewery, and just want to make sure everybody knew that. Madam Clerk, would you please read the appointments and reappointments on tonight's agenda? There are no reappointments.
Mr. President, it's my understanding those would just be made by motion.
You know what? You're absolutely right. I haven't updated my calendar yet. Let's move on then quickly to awards and presentations. Would you please call the awards and presentations, Madam Clerk?
Mr. President, we'll need a motion for the appointments that were presented to you all via email.
Council, who would care to make the motion to accept the presentation? Dr. Newbill made the motion. Ms. Graziano seconded.
All in favor? All opposed? Those appointments have been passed.
Thank you very much. Awards and presentations.
The first award being presented by Council President Charles Samuels, 1st District Councilman, and Councilman Jonathan Bilals of the 1st District, recognizes the Museum District Association on its 50th anniversary. Established in 1964, the Museum District Association is a nonprofit volunteer neighborhood civic organization comprised of residents and businesses in Richmond's thriving and historic Museum District neighborhood, located in Richmond's West End First Voter District. Earning its name from some of the distinguished and important institutions located within its boundaries, the Museum District neighborhood includes the Virginia Museum of Fine Arts and the Virginia Historical Society. The neighborhood also includes 22 properties listed on the U.S. National Registry of Historic Places, became Virginia's 3rd largest historic district in 1993, and in 1994 was itself added to the U.S. National Registry of Historic Places. Since its creation, the Museum District Association has been actively involved in helping to further beautify the neighborhood, promote historic preservation and restoration, and increase the quality of life for the entire community. Richmond City Council and Mayor Dwight C. Jones hereby recognize, honor, and celebrate the Museum District Association on the occasion of its 50th anniversary.
Folks, I live about a block away. Folks, the microphone is not turning on. So what we'll do instead is this. I've lived about a block away from the Museum District for close to 10 years now. And not only is it home to some of our nation's best museums, but it's a walking, living museum in and of itself. You can't go down the street without being filled with a sense of pride of the care that the homeowners provide for their homes, but more importantly, the feeling you have when you're outside in the Museum District. It's literally an outdoor living room. I want to thank those who are caretakers of the homes in the Museum District, but I especially want to thank you for making a national landmark a home, and a welcoming one at that, for all of Richmond. Thank you all very much.
I moved into the Museum District about 17 years ago and never thought I'd be there that long. And I tell people that every year it gets a little bit better. And in the last probably decade, it's gotten a lot better, as the city has as well. It's an incredibly walkable neighborhood. As Charles said, it has some of the best museums. It's got some of the most diverse architecture of any neighborhood in the city. And a lot of the reason it's getting better every year is the hard work that the Museum District Association puts in. And the volunteer board puts in a lot of hours every year dealing with local issues, trying to make the neighborhood cleaner, safer. And I served on the board for almost a decade, so I know what the association members go through. And to be doing it for 50 years is one of the reasons why Museum District is such a great place. And we congratulate you all tonight for 50 great years.
I just want to thank you all very much for this honor, and Looks like we're set up for another great 50 years. Our streets are getting repaved and our infrastructure is in place. So we're very pleased with the hard work you all in the city have done on our behalf. Thank you very much.
The next recognition being presented by Councilman Balaus recognizes Westwood Baptist Church on its 140th anniversary. Dating its formational beginnings and founding to 1872, Westwood Baptist Church is located at 915 Glen Burnie Road in Richmond's West End First Voter District. Starting with a small but committed group of parishioners, the congregation soon settled in what is now the Westwood neighborhood, which since the annexation of land from Henrico County in 1942 has been located in Richmond proper. Westwood Baptist Church has grown over time, and its members have continued to provide and expand programs and services on behalf of its congregation. In delivery of its ongoing Christian ministry, Westwood Baptist Church holds weekly religious services and annual events. Richmond City Council hereby recognizes, honors, and celebrates the longevity and importance of Westwood Baptist Church in Richmond on its historic occasion of its 140th anniversary and brings this significant milestone to the attention of all Richmond residents.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Another great honor for the First District for Westwood Baptist Church to be celebrating 140 years. It was founded in 1874, what was then Henrico County, which is now over by the West End Library on Patterson Avenue, and founded by former slaves who built a log cabin for their first church. And it has evolved into a community mainstay, an anchor of the Westwood neighborhood. Our mayor, Reverend Dwight C. Jones, pastored there from 1969 to 73 and included the sanctuary that now exists on Glen Burnie Road. And it is a great honor to recognize you all here tonight for sticking it out for 140 great years, and I look forward to seeing you all again soon.
Thank you. On behalf of the Westwood Baptist Church, we certainly appreciate this recognition. We thank you for being with us when we celebrated on November 23rd. So thank you. We know that the church is committed to be in that community and continue to serve in the years ahead. We also are very proud of its legacy of leadership, and we look forward to the mayor being with us on this coming Sunday. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next recognition being presented by 5th District Councilman Parker Agelesto, 9th District Councilwoman Michelle Mosby, and 3rd District Councilman Chris Hilbert recognizes the Richmond Region Ending U.S. Military Veteran Homelessness Project. Of deep concern in our community, homelessness affects the lives of men, women, children, and families of all ages, races, ethnicities, and geographics. And to many people living in the Richmond region, experiencing the plight, struggles, despair, and danger that this dire circumstance presents. Including among people without a place to call a home are military veterans, and with some compassion for all, we should help ensure that those who have served our community should never go without a safe, stable home and the services they need to maintain that stability. Virginia and the Richmond region are in the forefront of building, coordinating, and sustaining the resources and services needed to prevent and end homelessness. A sterling example of this effort includes the Richmond Region Ending Military Veterans Homelessness Project. Comprised of nonprofit, government, businesses, individuals, and supporters, this partnership leverages the dedication, care, respect, compassion, and collaboration of Homeward, Home Again, Hunter Homes, McGuire, Virginia Medical Center, Virginia Supportive Housing, Liberation Family Services, Caritas Daily Planet, Richmond Behavioral Health Authority, Virginia Housing Development Authority, Richmond Redevelopment and Housing Authority, Virginia Wounded Warrior Program, Richmond Residential Services, River City Comprehensive Counseling Services, Central Virginia Resources Corporation, and Commonwealth Catholic Charities. In support of the outstanding effort, Richmond City Council hereby recognizes, honors, and celebrates the human service providers and nonprofit government businesses, individuals, and supporters engaged in and supporting the critical important work for the Richmond region ending military veterans homelessness project, and brings this to the attention of all Richmond residents.
Thank you. When Kelly King Horn from Homeward emailed us about the collaborative effort that was underway in Richmond, it was quite impressive. There are so many partners from just a wider range of services who have come together and have made it their commitment to end homelessness for veterans in Richmond. This is something that we hear a lot on the national level, and it's trickling through to the local level. And we, this year, did the 100-day commitment. And I think that's something that is very worthwhile noting, that we had over 100 veterans who, in this last point in time count, were homeless. These are men and women who served our country, and we need to make sure that they have all the services available to them to have a stable life when they return from their service. And whether that means it's mental health services, whether it's housing or economic development opportunities, we need to make sure that people are educated and informed. And the work of all the partners up here have really contributed. And I think that that's one of the greatest things that we can do to give back. One thing that I'm proud to do is work with the city administration in bringing the resources to our veterans. And every single one of you all has, in some way or some form, participated in our Veteran Resource Fair and tried to make sure that the veterans know how to get services. And we do it annually with Veterans Day, and I want to just commend you all for committing to this. It will be a great day in the city of Richmond where we can say that we have ended veterans' homelessness. While that's only about 15% of our homeless population, these are men and women that we need to make sure have all of the resources available to them. So thank you all for your dedication, your commitment, your service. I'm going to give up some time so that Ms. Mosby and Mr. Hilbert can also give some remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Agilesto. Thank you all very, very much. I just concur with Mr. Agilesto. This is very dear to my heart. My dad has a brother, his youngest brother, and we got a phone call, and he was wandering on the highway. And he is a vet from the Marines. And he has been living with my dad for 2 years now. But if there were not people like you, there's not always someone that they can call. And we have people like you that step in that sometimes it's not even something that's happened to you. You just have this thing in your heart that decides, I'm going to help someone. And all I can say is thank you. Richmond is a better place because you all are here. Thank you so much.
Well, it's always hard going third. But succinctly, it's never an inopportune time to wish someone or thank someone and express your gratitude to them. As Ms. Mosby said, when we talk about veterans, sometimes if we don't remember, if we don't call people, then sometimes we forget that. And there's a name and a life behind every one of those homeless statistic numbers that we get. And on behalf of their families and on behalf of City Council and our city, I want to express our gratitude for the great work that you all have done and will continue to do for our veterans and for our city. Thank you.
So my name is Kelly King Horn. I'm the director of Homeward, and I have to say I'm really pleased to be here with representatives of the 15 other agencies who are part of this collaborative working to end veteran homelessness. So thank you to all of the City Council members and to the Education and Human Services Committee for helping us to recognize the hard work that's being done and will continue to be done, especially this time of year. And I just want to make sure that everyone knows the National Homeless Veteran Helpline. There is a number specifically for homeless veterans, and I've also emailed this to council staff. But if you know someone who needs assistance, they can call 1-877-424-3838. 1-877-424-3838. And if someone wants to connect to any of these, local, state, federal, or nonprofit partners, they can email us at Homeward or call us at 343-2045. So thank you, and thanks for giving us this chance to recognize our partners.
Mr. President, that concludes the awards and presentations for this evening.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. May we please move on to the agenda review?
Amendments to tonight's agenda are as follows. Item 1, ordinance number 2014-93, and Item 2, ordinance number 2014-131, will be continued to the Monday, January 26th council meeting. Item 3, ordinance number 2014-194, will be continued to the Monday, February 9th council meeting. Item 4, ordinance number 2014-199, will be continued to the Monday, January 12th council meeting. Item 6, ordinance number 2014-205, and Item 7, ordinance number 2014-208, will be continued to the Monday, January 12th council meeting. Item 8, ordinance number 2014-217, and Item 9, ordinance number 2014-221, will also be continued to the Monday, January 12th council meeting. Item 10, ordinance number 2014-229, will be continued to the Monday, January 12th council meeting. Item 22, ordinance number 2014-245, has been moved to this evening's regular agenda. Item 25, resolution number 2013-R254, will be continued to the Monday, January 12th council meeting. Item 26, resolution number 2014-R149, and Item 27, resolution number 2014-R150, will both be continued to the Monday, January 12th council meeting. Item 29, resolution number 2014-R181, will be continued to the Monday, January 12th council meeting. Item 30, resolution number 2014-R184, will be continued to the Monday, January 12th council meeting. Item 40, resolution number 2014-R156, will be amended and voted on later this evening. And item 41, resolution number 2014-R199, will also be continued to the Monday, January 12th council meeting. Mr. President, those are all of tonight's agenda amendments.
Thank you very much. I believe we need to take a vote on the amended agenda. Is there such a motion? Thank you, Ms. Graziano. Thank you, Mr. Blouse, for seconding. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? The motion carries. Up next, I'd like to go to the consent agenda, please.
Tonight's consent agenda items are as follows. Item number 5, ordinance number 2014-203, to declare surplus and to direct the sale of 313 North 24th Street and 2407 East Marshall Street for $325,000 to Sterling Builders, LLC, for construction of a mixed-use development including commercial, residential, and civic space. Item number 11, ordinance number 2014-230, to repeal City Code Section 14 through 13 concerning the relations of applications for certain permits to the city's master plans for reflecting amendments to the Virginia Code Section 15.2-1901. Item 12, ordinance number 2014-231, to amend the general fund budget for FY15 to transfer $65,000 from the Department of Economic and Community Development Agency to the Economic Development Authority, so the authority may make a grant to Wythe LLC to facilitate the retention of 1211 Sherwood Avenue. Item 13, ordinance number 2014-232, to authorize the CAO to execute a Wythe LLC cooperation agreement between the city and the Economic Development Authority for providing for an economic development grant to facilitate the retention of 1211 Sherwood Avenue. Item 14, ordinance number 2014-234, to amend Chapter 2, Article 5 of the City Code by adding Division 3.2 for establishing a Maggie L. Walker Initiative Citizen Advisory Board. Item 15, ordinance number 2014-235, to rezone 1829 and 1831 West Carey Street from the R7 single and two-family urban residential district to the UB Urban Business District. Item 16, ordinance number 2014-236, to close to public use and travel 2 alleys in the block bounded by Porter Street West 12th Street, Bainbridge Street, and West 13th Street. Item 17, ordinance number 2014-238, to authorize a CAO to accept $500 from AARP Incorporated for providing funds for the city neighbor-to-neighbor service projects. Item 18, ordinance number 2014-240, to name an unnamed east-west alley located in the block bounded by South Shields Avenue, West Main Street, South Rowland Street, and West Carey Street as Sidewalk Alley. Item 19, ordinance number 2014-241, to amend the city code section 1002-244 and 102-302 concerning the duties of the cashier of the parking violations sections and parking permits, respectively, for transferring certain functions from the Department of Finance to the Department of Public Works. Item 20, ordinance number 2014-242, to authorize a special use at 416 East Broad Street for permitting a rooftop wireless communications facility. Item 21, ordinance number 2014-243, to authorize a special use of 3200 Floyd Avenue for allowing a two-car garage within the required front yard setback and a driveway exceeding 9 feet in width and within the front yard. Item number 23, ordinance number 2014-247, to authorize the CAO to accept the donation of services and material in the form of landscaping improvements and future maintenance thereon. Lowline Park along Dock Street. Item 24, ordinance number 2014-248, to transfer $100,000 from the Street, Sidewalks, and Alley Improvements Project and $100,000 from the 2015 Road World Cycling Championship Infrastructure Improvements Project, and to appropriate the total amount of $200,000 for making a grant pursuant to Virginia Code Section 15.2-953B to the Three Chop Garden Club in recognition of its efforts as part of the Capital Trees to improve an area identified as Lowline Park along Dock Street. Item number 28, resolution number 2014-R180, to support the Chaco Economic Revitalization Strategy. Item 31, resolution number 2014-R237, to encourage and support participation in the Love Lights program for the FY15 year and display lasting until January 1, 2015. Item 32, resolution number 2014-R239, to support the request of the General Assembly of Virginia for redistricting reform. And item number 33, resolution number 2014-R247, to approve an expenditure in the amount of $1,765 from the council district funds for the 2nd District to pay the Department of Information Technology for the printing and mailing of 2nd District Winter 2014 District newsletters. Those are all of the items on tonight's consent agenda.
Thank you very much. Are there those that wish to speak in opposition to any of the items on tonight's consent agenda? All right. Yes, sir.
Mr. President, members of council, I'm Jack Pearsall, 1 West Main Street. I'm speaking in not necessarily opposition to item 5, but to call your attention to the fact that I think the funds would have to be earmarked, whatever you do. If you decide that it's not a portion of the park, Patrick Henry Park, and if you decide that it can be declared surplus and sold, nevertheless, the proceeds should be earmarked still for Patrick Henry Park. There was an original Richmond Circuit Court ruling when the Bright bequest finally matured to use the funds perpetually for Patrick Henry Park. Most of the funds weren't spent. They continued to grow. Then they became $2 million. At that point, Mayor Henry Marsh tried to get the entire funds dedicated to all the East End parks. Historic Richmond Foundation cut an agreement with him, or with the city, that was then ratified and approved by the Circuit Court of the City of Richmond and is binding still. And that agreement said that the funds would be used for Patrick Henry Park. The Bright Foundation came into existence. It bought the 2 parcels that you're now considering, the lot and the building, and I don't know for sure whether it was actually named part of Patrick Henry Park, but it was certainly bought for the purpose of being a part of Patrick Henry Park, all of which was to feed the public toward St. John's Church. The building was going to be a visitor information center. The parking lot was going to be laid out for buses and cars of people who are visiting St. John's Church. It never came to pass. They could not make it work, and that is the property that you're now considering selling. If you sell it, I'm saying those funds should be earmarked once again for Patrick Henry Park, according to the Circuit Court of the City of Richmond's order incorporating that agreement. And I would hate to see this property just disappear into the general fund when it was very clearly earmarked after a long struggle for the money that Mayor Bright had left in his original will. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pearsall.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Samuels, Ms. Robinson, members of council, my name is Carl Otto. I'm a Fulton resident. I talked to Mr. Pearsall because he shows up on some of the paperwork as a member of the Historic Richmond Foundation when this land was originally purchased. We had a little trouble tracking down the answer to his question on whether these properties had been accepted as parkland. I have here Resolution 90-R32-37 adopted March 12, 1990.
I'm sorry, sir. Could you please speak into the microphone so we can hear you a little clearly? Thank you.
I knocked it out of the way. I'm sorry. It and I don't get along well. Anyhow, to the purpose of this resolution, on behalf of the City of Richmond, to accept from J. Homewood Bright Foundation a gift of a parcel of land known, numbered, and registered as 2407 East Marshall Street for inclusion in and enlargement of Patrick Henry Park. I have a similar resolution for 313 and 315, which are two parcels that were also accepted by the city for inclusion in the park. We both know that the ordinance in 2005 says you can't sell city park land. So either these say what they say, or we're making a huge mistake.
Thank you very much, Mr. Otto. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak in opposition to any of the papers on the consent agenda? Mr. Dorsey.
Greetings to the people. I'm going to speak against number 11 because it encompasses everything I would say that I'm in opposition to, which is the agenda of the wealthiest, smallest percentage of the population that controls everything the government does. And everything that's on this consent agenda is to push forward the plans and to benefit the wealthiest citizens of our region and our country and even the world. I mean, you guys definitely, and everyone else serving in this government would put the interest of the wealthy amongst the world before the poor in the United States of America or the city of Richmond. And, it just seems like in this number 11, repealing city code, the relation of applications for certain permits to the city's master plan for the purpose of reflecting amendments to Virginia Code 15.2-1901. I don't know what that means, except for y'all keep repealing stuff on something you refer to as a quote-unquote master plan, or there's special use permits given for a master plan. But again, the master plans, it's only this. It's only the Constitution. And everything that's pushed forward, the agenda of everything on this government schedule of documents of legislation to be pushed through serves only the wealthiest amongst this population. And specifically, y'all have betrayed yourselves when you have people like Jeffrey Lacker. That is y'all's boss. That is the head of the Richmond Federal Reserve Bank. And you guys, all of you, I've seen you all swear an oath to the Constitution. I'm talking about this specific document. this specific number 11. I would love to hear you say something about that specific thing, but I doubt I will. You'll just violate the rules of your own meeting and waste time. But what I'm saying is, I see you all swear an oath to the United States Constitution with your hands on a Bible, which is also a document that says don't swear an oath. But in any event, that's y'all's rules. It's not our rules. The Constitution is your rules. And the institution that controls the government, the Federal Reserve Bank, and all the institutions underneath of it violate the Constitution. Everything you do is criminal, and it only serves the wealthiest, the owner class. That's it. Y'all are traitors. Thank you.
Are there those tonight that wish to speak in support of any item on the consent agenda? All right. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to council for any discussion. All right. Seeing none, I will say that item 11 is something we have to do in order to stay in compliance with state law. It provides that we don't withhold issuing a permit if someone has applied for one. Madam Clerk. Oh, yes, ma'am.
One of the speakers, Mr. President, raised a question about the property on 24th Street and whether or not that was, in fact, parkland. And so I'd like to hear from our city attorney relative to that to provide clarification.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. The issue to which the speaker referred is raised by a provision in the city code that says that property designated as a city park, and I'm quoting there, may not be sold. That is a self-imposed limitation that council may change at will. Nevertheless, until that happens, it is what council must comply with. So the question is whether this property is designated as a city park. My understanding from the planning department is that the city's master plan did designate this as park property until 2010, when the master plan was changed. It is now designated as neighborhood commercial property, and so it's my opinion that the property is not subject to the restriction of 2678.
Any other comments?
Council President.
Mr. Agelasto.
This is unrelated unless, Dr. Newbill, do you want to continue on number 5 from the agenda?
Yes, sir.
Are you still discussing? Okay. During our informal meeting, we did bring up on item number 11, ordinance number 2014-230, and the provision to strike the language as it relates to land acquisition for the master plan and notifying city council when parcels had been identified for acquisition and when building permits were being pulled on that parcel. This is an issue that affected us in Oregon Hill most recently, and we kind of scrambled at the last minute to try and come up with the funding to purchase a parcel that had been identified in the master plan for parks acquisition. And it is my belief that had council received a little bit earlier notice, we might have had a different outcome. And while this is under the General Assembly state code changes from over a year ago, and therefore we need to update our city code, we will pass this tonight with the expectation to come back and amend this section of the city code so that city council can continue to be notified when permits are being pulled on properties that have already been identified in the city master plan for acquisition, as these are things that this body needs to be cognizant of and taking appropriate action when the opportunities arise. So we will be introducing an amendment to bring that component back to the city code after this is passed tonight. And simply from the comments on the Church Hill property, I certainly have heard about the J. Fulmer Bright Foundation and all the requisites of the property and what the intentions were. It's my understanding that the proposal has received support from the St. John's Foundation. as they will be granted certain use of the building to support their visitor needs. And if that's the case, then it does seem to me that in some ways components of the Bright Foundation are going to be implemented. Now, I haven't confirmed that personally, but that's what has been expressed to me, and I must rely on the communications that I receive. And so I will vote to support the sale of this property. And just so that those in the audience know, earlier in October of this year, Council did pass an ordinance that said anytime park property or property that had been in the last possession of the Parks Department was sold, that those funds would go back to our Parks Department for the use in whether it be maintenance or acquisition of additional parkland. And I certainly see the need for this city to continue to fund and maintain its existing parks. And if we don't want to set a trend of selling parkland, but this building, and there's an additional warehouse building in Scott's Addition that has received a lot of attention from developers, it seems to me that these are not public facilities, that they are more warehouse facilities and used by the Parks Department. And I think that might require a slight differentiation. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Newbill.
One of the things that my colleague references, and I think is a point to note relative to this sale, that in fact, while the proceeds will go back to Parks and Rec, this park will be maintained by the purchaser, and so funds will not have to be utilized in that way. That is a part of the agreement and commitment, in addition to having our church, St. John's Church, and our civic association and staff, et cetera, weigh in on this project. So just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you, Dr. Newbill. Any other comments or questions? All right. Seeing none, Madam Clerk, would you please call the question?
Yes, Council is voting on tonight's consent agenda as presented. Mr. Balaus?
Aye.
Ms. Graziano?
Aye.
Ms. Mosby? Mr. Agelasto?
Aye.
Mr. Hilbert?
Aye.
Ms. Trammell?
Aye.
Ms. Newbill?
Aye.
Vice President Robertson?
Aye.
President Samuels?
Aye.
The consent agenda has been adopted.
Thank you very much. May we please move to public comment now? I want to try to get those folks out before we move on to the regular agenda.
Yes, tonight's first speaker is Marie Morton Hart.
Ms. Trammell, I know you know Ms. Hart. Do you see her here? There she is. Never mind. I just want to make sure the speaker was here. Hi, Ms. Hart.
Good afternoon, President Samuels.
Ms. Hart, I'm sorry for interrupting. That microphone is too far away from you. Dr. Newbill or maybe one of the clerks.
Is it better?
That is better. We want to make sure we can hear you.
Okay.
And we'll spot you the 13 seconds I just took away.
And Vice President Allen and City Council, I am here once again with those trees in front of my house that belongs to the city. Now, there's no leaves on them now, but when those leaves fell, I raked them in the street, and I didn't care where they went, just long as they were not in my yard. And I wish you would do something about those trees. You promise and promise and promise. Somebody is lying. And a man called me after I was here before and said he is tired of you all giving me the bull about those trees. And can he come and knock them down? I don't know who he was. He said he would get in touch with me again. So can I get permission to have those trees knocked down? Because, I'm on a cane. My daughter has MS. My husband, he have problem walking. And when anyone come to my house, they got to walk across these great big old stumps in my yard from the trees. We don't have sidewalks over there.
Thank you, Ms. Hart. Ms. Tremont, I know this is your district. I want to give you an opportunity to say something because I know you want to, but I also want to make sure Tamika Jefferson, I saw her, and now I can't. There she is. Ms. Jefferson is in the back. She's wearing a white shirt and a black jacket, waving at you. She's with the mayor's office, and will take down your information. I can't give you permission to cut down a tree.
For the 7th time.
I'm sorry, Ms. Hart. Council doesn't have the day-to-day authority to do that sort of thing. We only have the ability to ask the administration to do it.
Let's hope a storm come and the lightning strike them and knock them down.
Well,
right in front of my house, in the street.
Mr. President.
I don't care what happened to them. I want them gone.
You know, I think it's a shame, and I'm not going to say how young Ms. Hart is, but I think it's a shame that she has to come down here over and over and over and over. And not only that, I know that Mr. Marshall has said that he was going to take care of the trees, and we know that he was going to do that because when I described to him what they look like, how they were, and it's the big humps that's over there, it's the big roots. You cannot even go in her yard to put the flyers on her door because you will fall if you don't know exactly where to walk. But I mean, it's a shame to keep sending her back there, and it's coming from Mr. Mayor. I mean, you can't cut those trees down. I can't go over there and cut those trees down. We will be arrested because they don't belong to us. But what does she do? I mean, you're going to send her back there, and then they're going to say, well, somebody's going to come out in due time. They come back, or they don't come out there, and then they say, well, we can't cut the trees. The trees are alive. But just keep calling Mr. Mayor at 646-7970. 646-7970, and ask him to come out there. He lives in our district. Ask him to come out there and look at the trees.
He's not going to come over there in Southside.
Well, he lives in Southside.
I know where he lives. He's not coming in that area.
Now, I believe that. But still, why are you going to keep sending her back there, and then they're going to take her information, which all of them should have it. You want me to give them to them? Want me to tell them your phone number?
I mean, I'm a member of his church, and hey.
Well, it's a shame the way that she's being treated. It's a shame the way that I am being treated as a council person in the district that Mr. Mayor lives in. He lives in my district. I am the council person for that district, and he won't do nothing to help us.
Ms. Jefferson, would you be willing to work with, actually, how about this? Ms. Jefferson, I'm going to relieve you from this issue. Mr. Bechler, would you be willing to work with Mr. Chupak and the other arborists to find a solution? Yes. Even if it means throwing down a sidewalk, I think council will be happy to put the money in to get a sidewalk on that block.
That we got to take care of the trees.
You got to do something about the trees first.
The trees are uprooting everything around there, her yard, everything.
Mr.
All the way up, they could be up underneath the house, Chris. Those roots could be up under her house. That's going to eventually mess up her plumbing and all that underneath the house. That's how big those roots are.
I can't even have a decent flower in the yard for those roots.
All right. Mr. Bechler, you'd be willing to work with her to find a solution?
Yes, okay, I will. I will make a commitment to personally go out with our arborist and the Deputy Chief Administrative Officer, and we'll take a look at this.
Okay. Would it be possible to have someone come back in the second meeting in January, give you all essentially 2 months, with a report on any proposed solution to this problem?
Yes.
All right. Any objection from council to that occurring?
Mr. President.
Mr. Hilbert.
If this happens before that time, if we could be notified of it via email, that would be helpful as well. But to your point, it would be nice to come back and publicly announce
what the result
matter, what the resolution was. Thank you.
The trees. They haven't even did that.
We'll see what we can do for you, Ms. Hart. I'm sorry I've had to go through this. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Willie Earl Bradley.
Mr. Bradley.
Good afternoon. Good to be among you again. My topic is going to be about economic development, since we're going to be doing that a lot lately. Economic development is defined as a sustained, concerted action of policymakers, which City Council or this Board of Supervisors, and a community that promote the standard of living and economic health of a specific area, your jurisdiction, Economic development is a policy intervention endeavor with aims of economic and social well-being of the people. I own Bradley Development, LLC. I'm in a collaborative joint venture with Commonwealth Consultation, LLC, and Famous Brown. And we're engaging City Council to use the authority that you have in order to resolve this lack of transparency that happens with the different projects that come to play. We need you to use your authority to bring in the Economic Development Authority because you have that particular authority granted to you by the General Assembly. Needless to say whether Joe Morris has said that they are exempt from the Virginia Public Procurement Act or whether or not Paul Goldman reiterates that. The state code reads 15.2-4903, creation of industrial development authorities. The governing body of any locality in this Commonwealth is hereby authorized to create by ordinances a political subdivision of the Commonwealth with such public and corporate powers as set forth in this chapter. Any such ordinance may limit the type and number of facilities that the authority may otherwise finance under this chapter, which ordinances of limitations may, from time to time, be amended in the absence of any such limitations, and authority shall have all powers granted under this chapter. Because of the lack of absence of the local governing body weighing in their authorities to make sure that competitive seal bidding is utilized versus competitive negotiations, which again takes it to a lack of transparency. They tell you, the body that has created them, that they're not going to give you the information. That makes no sense. That makes no sense. You created that subdivision Economic Development Authority. You created Richmond Redevelopment Housing Authority. You created Department of Economic Community Development. And each one of those sub-political divisions have to come through you because you are the pen. You have the power and you have the authority. So we are engaging you to stop the headache that Sister Ellen Robinson stated that we went through with the economic development at Shockoe Bottom that happened to include the city stadium. It's all can be eliminated by you taking that authority that you have and working with such folks like myself and others. Let us come to the table and formulate the ordinances that will give you the power, therefore bring back that integrity for procurement transactions and give the people the transparency that you know they want and you want to give it to them. Stand on your authority. You are not beneath no one. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bradley.
Next speaker is Michael Gilbert.
Hi, Mr. Gilbert.
President Samuels and members of council, my name is Michael Gilbert. My comment is in regards to the 2015 Virginia General Assembly legislative proposals. I'm disappointed to learn that these proposals were offered at a special meeting of council last Monday. From what I can tell, looking at the summary, approved without changes. But in particular, the first part of item 17 in those proposals is what I'm talking about. It's on page 25 of the booklet. And quite frankly, it's just factually incorrect. It's a statement of support for background checks on private gun sales, and it says that background checks on all gun purchases is what we're supporting, and also to institute a ban on military assault weapons and a limit on the size of ammunition magazines. I've been here before, and I've told you about my simple brain, and I'm going to ignore what a ban on these assault weapons and a limit on magazine size has anything to do with the statement of support, which deals strictly with background checks for private gun sales. But the rationale provided in this document states, first of all, that Virginia requires instant background checks on handgun purchases from licensed dealers, but not on rifles and shotguns, or not on rifles and shotguns from licensed dealers. The second rationale provided for these points is that private sales by individual of firearms do not require background checks. The law regulates licensed dealers. So again, ignoring the fact that there's absolutely no rationale provided for supporting the ban on military assault weapons and a limit on the size of ammunition magazines, claiming that licensed dealers, that is those who hold an FFL or a federal firearms license, are not required to perform these instant background checks on persons seeking to purchase or transfer rifles and or shotguns is completely false. But just to be sure, I did the most basic form of due diligence, which was to send an email to the state police. I thought that's pretty simple. As a citizen, it takes me about 30 seconds. And I actually got a reply, which is what was passed out to you, from Miss Donna K. Tate, manager of the Firearms Transaction Center for the Virginia State Police. And her reply says the background check provisions of the code section you reference is relevant to the transfer of any firearm to any unlicensed person from any licensed firearms dealer in the Commonwealth, which means that the statement of support, looking strictly at the background check portion, the rationale provided is wrong because it says Virginia requires instant background checks on handgun purchases from licensed dealers, but not on rifles and shotguns. Well, we just now know that that's wrong. It's just wrong. So who vets these claims before they go out? Is it the case now that we as a city and as a government have sent out a document to all the legislators or to just ones in this area with factually incorrect information on it? I mean, that doesn't make the case that we have our act together. But this seems to be more of a systemic problem, which deals with the city, in particular the city attorney's office, failing to read, parse, and understand sections of the code, whether it be the Virginia code in this case or the city code, as I mentioned in an editorial I wrote to the Times-Dispatch. Now, this is ridiculous.
Would you like to summarize, Mr. Gilbert?
I'd be more than happy to. The fact is the city attorney's office gets budgeted more than $2 million, $2.4 million. It's an 11% increase for 15 over 14. I request that you revise the legislative proposals to include this information to make it factually correct. I further request that support for the ban or the limiting of the magazines be removed since no rationale actually supports that, or you provide rationale to support it. That's all. I just want us to be honest in what we're sending out. We don't look dumb in front of our legislators. So we greatly appreciate you guys thinking about that. So thank you so much, and always great seeing you all.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Mr. President.
Yes, ma'am.
I wanted to, but I guess he's already gone. Mr. Earl Bradley, he must already be gone.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I spoke to one of my colleagues, or maybe a couple of my colleagues earlier, and it's in reference to, and I might be out of order, but he's gone. Before I could say this to him, I wanted to ask that we have an independent minority contractor who owns a business in the city of Richmond, who hires workers in the city of Richmond, to hire a consultant to give reports not only to the EDA, but to the City Council in minority participation in the full construction of the Stone Beer Company and other projects, as he brought up earlier. I think we need that because that's what we're lacking. And I don't want to name some things that's happened recently with us, but I think that we need this independent minority contractor.
Yes, ma'am. As a response to Mr. Bradley, you're certainly within your rights to make that statement. There's no action we can take at this moment to make that happen. What we would have to do is one of two things. Mr. Attorney, correct me if I'm wrong. Ms. Mosby, I'll be right with you.
It's already happening is what I wanted to do.
Okay. We'd either have to put in a cart request and have a paper come before council to vote on, or you could make a motion and see if it just carried tonight. I don't know without a paper where we had it lined out exactly as we wanted to read, that motion would pass. But those would be the two options. Mr. Jackson, am I forgetting anything?
To adopt either an ordinance or a resolution, you need a written document.
All right. And now, Ms. Mosby, what did you want to say?
Mr. President, I couldn't hear him.
He said you need a resolution or an ordinance to make that happen. Ms. Mosby.
I just wanted to say that it's already in motion to do what you're saying as far as the cart request.
You've put in a cart request for this request?
Well,
okay. So, Ms. Trammell, what I'd recommend doing is getting with Ms. Mosby and seeing if it's something you want to co-patron.
I would like to co-patron that paper with you, Ms. Mosby.
All right.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Deborah Fields.
Ms. Fields.
Deborah Fields. Carl Otto.
Mr. Otto, please feel free to come forward. Well, Mr. Otto, because we have to record this, would you mind coming up to the... Thank you, sir. Mr. Otto has said that in the charter, section 26-78 is where it says you can't sell city land. I want to make sure we get it on the record for posterity. Mr. Charles Evan Hughes, Sr., you are our next speaker. Although I thought you were junior.
What is that? Didn't even hear you pronounce my name right. Yes.
How you doing, Mr. Hughes?
Face forward, give full name, Charles Evans Hughes, Sr.
I apologize.
And give organization name. I'm just a poor citizen of Southside. I have in my hand here, it's a permit to carry concealed weapons. So all you people that think I'm nuts, I got something. But what I want to say about this thing is we have to come downtown here to get one of these. And there's no reason why we can't have it back over in Southside where it was before. And Ed Jewett, he's behind it. He says that he will present it or put it over there at the Southside Plaza at our business office. Mrs. Trammell, she says she goes with it. So it'd be the rest of y'all, however y'all do, to vote to get it over in Southside so we don't have to come over here and hassle with the traffic around this building here to get a place to park and then worry if we're going to get back in time that we don't have a sticker, that we got to pay some money. The next thing I want to say is something about the cemeteries. When are we going to put these signs out in the cemeteries? And I've heard through the grapevine that they're going to put names on them, Smith, Jones, and Adams or something. Well, if you own Smith Street, how are you going to know which way Adams Street is? And I was saying that if you name the north to south 1 through 10, if you was on 5th Street, you'd know that 4th Street was behind you and 6th Street's in front of you. And then if you did the other way, east to west, if it was A, B, and C, if you was on C Street, you'd know D Street's in front of you and B Street would be behind you. But if you named these streets out there, you'd be just like you are right now. Well, where's this street? Where's this street? Then another thing is a president of council. I think it is a shame that you would take someone that hasn't got their feet wet yet and going to put them head. It doesn't make sense. You wouldn't find any big organization in this United States, unless they were ignorant, that would let a new person come in and the next thing you know, they're going to be leading the firm? That doesn't go. That doesn't go. Y'all think about it. Let's leave it like it is right now and let people learn something before they take the position of authority. Because this city with the mayor we got's messed up enough, and we don't need city council messed up any more than what it is. Then the other thing I had is I was reading in the paper, how in the world does a liaison or liaison get paid almost twice as much as the person they're working for? That doesn't make sense. I don't want somebody working for me making more money than me.
Your 3 minutes are up. Would you like to summarize?
I have summarized. Just make sure we get this over in Southside.
Mr. President.
Ms. Trammell.
Thank you, Mr. Hughes, for bringing some of those things up, because I know that I've been working on that for 3-4 years, when Mr. Pope was here, when Larry Miller was here, about those cemeteries, Maury and Riverview. Meeting after meeting after meeting. I wish Dr. Merrifield was here, but I guess he's not. But Chris is here. And Chris, is he here? Okay, well, I don't know who he is. All right, sir, can you come up here?
I'm Barry Russell, Deputy Director of Parks.
Hey, Mr. President, let me just say this. I am sick and tired of asking for stuff and not getting nothing done. I am a council person, and it looks like some of you up here get anything and everything because of Mr. Mayor. Mr. Marshall was helping me in my district. Not just me, but all 9 of us, and the 25,000 people that I represent in my 8th district. Now I'm not getting nothing. And I think it is a shame. This has been going on and on and on. What happened to the money? What happened to the money for Hickory Hill, for the community center? Sir, I don't know who you...
We got to try to not make this into a new discussion. Mr. Hughes wants to make sure that we name the cemetery streets appropriate.
Yes, sir.
Well, my understanding is, and the signs are all installed now. They're all in place.
In Maury Cemetery?
Maury and Riverview?
In Maury, the ones that just went in.
Certainly will ride at tomorrow.
Yeah.
Mr. Hughes, hold on. You've had your turn.
Been in now for about 2 or 3 weeks. And those were the signs that when I came in, I've been here now actually a whole year and 1 week. And when I came in, those signs had issues with them, and we took care of it. Finally found a distributor to be able to construct the signs, manufacture them, and then we had them installed. And the signs that were given to us had already been named. And I'm not sure where the names came from, but they were approved, and we installed them 3 weeks ago. And so those signs that you've been requesting have all been installed.
Okay, because I haven't been to Maury. I've been to Riverview because that's where my mom and dad, I was there Thanksgiving, and the signs were not there. That's why when he asked me about it, I told him I didn't know. I would try to find out. Chris and I had a meeting. Chris said he was going to get back with me, and I think others. We've had meetings, and it's like if people would get back with us and let us know, then we could let the other citizens know, so they don't have to come down here and take their time, find a place to park and everything else to ask where is it at, where is it going. I don't know.
Mr. Trumbull, at this point, maybe we're in citizen comment, not city council comment. And maybe the best thing is to take this offline with him, sit down with him tomorrow morning or some other point, or have your liaison sit down with him and discuss what's going on with the cemetery streets, because that's the issue that we're discussing right now. So why don't we sit down with our director, or I'm sorry, not a director.
That's okay. Dr. will be back tomorrow.
And we'll sit down with him. If you want, I will even sit down with you to make sure that we understand the issue and make sure that the signs are appropriate and that they're in the right places.
All right, Mr. President, he just answered one. He said Maury is. All I'm asking you, what about Riverview? When will that be done?
Well, my understanding is when I arrived here a year ago that there were a series of signs that were put in Riverview, and the ones for Maury were not put in. And so my understanding is we have no signage requests that I am aware of for any of the parks now that the Maury signs were put in 3 weeks ago. So that's a discussion that I'm willing to sit down and have with anybody. But the only signage that I am aware of and that we've taken care to make sure that they've been installed are the ones that were left to be done in Maury. There were some last year that were done in Riverview. That was prior to my arrival, so that's over a year ago that the Riverview signs went in.
Have you been over and seen the signs?
Mr. Hughes, it's not your turn to talk, sir. I'm so sorry. You've had your 3 minutes. And you are certainly welcome to discuss it with him if he's willing to step to the back of the room or even outside and have a long conversation with him. But we have a full agenda that we need to get through tonight.
Okay.
So we need to end this conversation and move forward to the business of the city, please.
And one more. Well, then, Mr. President, what about the other question that he asked? I have spoken to Ed Jewett. He said yes, that he was willing to put the permits back over here on South Side. What do I do, or how far? I think I've spoken with.
I'd start with meeting with him and finding out where he wants to do it.
We want to do it over there at Southside Plaza.
Then I would work with the city administration to find a solution to issuing the permits over there, should you so desire to do that.
All right, I'll do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Stephen Salzberg.
Hi, Mr. Salzberg.
Good evening. My name is Steve Salzberg. I am a resident of the Museum District and a card-carrying member of the Museum District Association, now in its 50th year. I am on the board of RISC. Richmond is involved to strengthen our communities, and also the RISC representative on the Affordable Housing Trust Fund Oversight Board.
And I bet you want to say that you support the guidelines that are going to be expedited tonight for a vote?
May I put in my own words?
Okay. Well, let me ask this. If it's about a paper, this isn't the appropriate time to discuss it. The appropriate time would be when we discuss that paper. Is this about the Affordable Housing Trust guidelines?
Yes, it is.
All right. Would you mind waiting until we discuss that paper in order to say your comments?
Okay. And originally, I wasn't certain it was even on the board, on the agenda, and I see an expedited consideration. So
yes,
that's when I should come back.
Yes, sir. No problem. No way you could have known that. I apologize for the confusion.
Next speaker is Monica Esparza.
Ms. Esparza.
Good afternoon, members of council, President and Vice President, Honorable Ms. Tremmel and Ms. Newell, all of you. My name is Monica Esparza, and with me is Mr. Omowale Dean, member of the African Ancestral Chamber. It has been our pleasure to be part of the public involvement processes related to development strategies for Shockoe Bottom, and it's exciting to note that related sites continue to garner attention and interest to better memorialize the collective representation of Richmond's history. This requests your consideration and support of a revitalization initiative to complement memorial efforts. That is to rename the I-95 corridor of Shockoe Valley in the city of Richmond near exit 74C as the United States Trans-African Highway. It may be common knowledge that America's interstate highway systems were designed for social and economic impact, to enhance speed in commercial development, and to increase public mobility and access. Renaming this I-95 Richmond Gateway at Shockoe Valley as the United States Trans-African Highway would diversify interpretation of Richmond's colonial role in trade with Africa and enable a contemporary emphasis for trade, social entrepreneurship, and cultural exchange. Richmond city-sister relationships are commendable. This idea complements the drive afoot to connect and do business with Africa, echoed in national events such as President Obama's recent hosting of African leaders to the country, legislation such as Africa's Growth and Opportunity Act, and state efforts to broaden markets and assist with the alleviation of poverty. African economies are reported to be the fastest growing of the last decade, according to the Wall Street Journal and other reputable publications. This idea supports Richmond's quest to enhance business and business growth, civic growth, and address poverty in the region. Unlocking potential for heightened awareness for Shockoe Valley, regional history, and American heritage specifically, this public space can be a beacon for social, economic, and educational engagement in unprecedented ways, especially for the global development of future generations. Children around the world should know what happened here. We, the undersigned, seek your agreement and agency to facilitate the attached resolution and motion to rename the I-95 Shockoe Valley corridor of the city of Richmond only near exit 74C, not the whole highway I-95, as the U.S. Trans-African Highway. I'll read just a few. Actually, I'm out of time, but I will forward the resolution and motion, which is seconded by the African Ancestral Chamber and the IC Renewal of Life Land Trust. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Franza. Madam Clerk, I believe that ends our public comment period. Can someone collect the documents that Mrs. Franza would like to hand up, please?
Thank you.
That's correct, Mr. President. Those are all of the speakers we have for tonight.
All right. Thank you very much. At this point, then, may we please move, unless there's an objection from council, to the regular agenda.
Okay, would you like to do items 22 and 37?
Yes, please.
Together? Item number 22 is ordinance number 2014-245 to declare surplus and to direct the sale of 120 Shockoe Slip and 1331A East Canal Street and in-air rights over a portion of East Canal Street near the intersection with South 13th Street to Highwoods Realty Limited Partnership for facilitating the expansion of the existing headquarters building of the Martin Agency. And item number 37 is ordinance number 2014-239 to provide for the granting by the city to the person, firm, or corporation to be ascertained in the manner prescribed by law of the lease, franchise, rights, and privileges to use 100 Virginia Street for parking in accordance with certain parking lease,
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The reason I called those two together is they're companion papers that relate to the same basic proposal. Ms. Farrar and Mr. Downey, I'm not asking for a formal presentation. I would like you all to be able to come down and give a brief overview of what these two papers do. I think council feels well versed in them, but I want to make sure the public understands as well, please.
Hi, Lee Downey, Interim Deputy Chief Administrative Officer for Economic Development. What these papers do, as you know, the Martin Agency is a outstanding corporate citizen in Richmond, one of our flagship companies, well-known nationally, internationally, and a real catalytic component of Shaco Slip and everything in downtown. And we know that they're looking at their future and what that might hold, and looking at the space they're in and the space they need. And Shaco Slip represents a great location. However, there are confinements when you look at parking and any room to expand. And that is part of their future and something we encourage. So this is really a business retention project that allows a company that has future growth plans to be ensured that they have the space to expand and the parking to expand, which were two of the main concerns the company had when they were looking at their options throughout the region.
Thank you, Mr. Downey. And this will provide almost $1 million of revenue to the city, these two papers? About $916,000?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. Are there those in the audience tonight that wish to speak in opposition to this paper? Are there those in the audience tonight that wish to speak in support of this paper? Bringing it back to council for any discussion. I'm sorry, these papers, plural. Bringing it back to council for any discussion. I believe we need one other piece of information before we can vote, Madam Clerk.
That is correct.
Very
I have
good.
One bid received in response to the advertisement of ordinance number 2014-239.
Thank you very much. And I believe that was to provide for the granting by the City of Richmond to the person, firm, or corporation as ascertained in the matter prescribed by law of the lease, franchise, right, and privilege to use certain property located at 100 Virginia Street for parking in accordance with a certain parking lease. We have one bid.
Yes, one bid.
All right, Madam Clerk, would you please open the bid and mark it for identification? Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Folks, you've just heard Mr. Downey with Ms. Farrar provide an overview of this. I'll kind of go over it one last time. This bid is received from the Martin Agency, which states that it's a tenant in the building located at 100 Shaco Slip, and that it's offering to pay a rent of $65 per space per month for the first year of the lease, and that it offers to pay rent increased by 3% every subsequent year, beginning with the first day of the second year of the lease until the end of the lease term. Madam Clerk, are there any further bids?
There are no further bids.
From the public, any further bids? Seeing none.
Council President.
Mr. Edgeless, I'm going to call you in just one second. I first have to declare the bid period closed. And at this time, I'm going to ask staff to affirmatively say whether or not there are any recommendations relative to this bid to accept it or to refuse it.
Lee Downey, Economic Development. We're in full support of accepting.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Agelasto, does any council member desire to move that this ordinance be continued to allow for any further investigation or staff review of this bid?
No, sir. I'm not seeking a continuance. However, I do have a question as it relates to the two papers. And I know from having received a copy of a letter from Highwoods that an agreement with their tenant, the Martin Agency, has been struck so that if we approve both the land sale as well as the lease of the parking garage, that they can move forward with their expansion. And that there's some timeliness to that. I also understand that there might be a provision where the Martin Agency doesn't expand. And I guess the question that I would have is, if that doesn't occur, we understand the land won't be sold. But as it relates to the parking garage lease, is there also a similar reversion clause that if they don't expand, then they're not obligated to pay for the additional parking spaces that they have requested here? And if not, then is there an expiration date at which time their right to these additional spaces expires?
Yes, sir. Ms. Lancaster, I see you're coming down.
Good evening. I'm Lynn Lancaster with the Department of Public Works. What they will do is quarterly tell us how many spaces they need for the next quarter. And so therefore, that will be, they will only purchase what they need, and the minimum would be 100 spaces. The maximum would be 300.
And I appreciate that very much. And I appreciate that we're trying to accomplish this in conjunction with the expansion of the Martin Agency. But if they don't expand, they still have the ability to lease up to 300 parking spaces. Is that correct?
Yes.
So there's no provision that says if they do not expand, then this lease for the parking garage is not executed.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions from council? All right, that being the case, the bid from the Martin Agency is the only bid received. Therefore, do I hear a motion accepting this bid and to adopt Ordinance 2014-239 accordingly?
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Beliles. Thank you, Vice President Robertson, for seconding. The motion to accept this bid has been made and seconded. Now we'll have a public hearing on it just to make sure, now that the bid is in, we give everybody 2 bites at the apple. Are there those that wish to speak in favor or against this, these 2 papers? Seeing none, we've brought it back to council for further discussion. Madam Clerk, would you please call the question?
Council is voting on item number 22, ordinance number 2014-245, and item number 37, ordinance number 2014-239. Mr. Beliles?
Aye.
Ms. Graziano?
Aye.
Ms. Mosby?
Aye.
Mr. Agelasto?
Aye.
Mr. Hilbert?
Aye.
Ms. Trammell?
Aye.
Ms. Newbill?
Aye.
Vice President Robertson?
Aye.
President Samuels?
Aye.
Those papers have been adopted.
Thank you very much. May we please now call... you have to forgive me 1 minute while I flip over. I was back in the consent agenda dealing with paper 22. Can we please call items 34 and 38?
Yes. Item 34 is ordinance number 2014-148 to amend the general fund budget for FY 2015 to transfer $135,000 from the Department of Fire and Emergency Services and to appropriate $135,000 to the Department of Police for additional funding for career development for police employees, for equalizing the duration of pay for each department participating in the career development program. And item 38 is ordinance number 2014-244 to amend Article 3, Section 3 of the pay plan for awarding a one-time bonus for FY 15 to police and fire employees who would be eligible for advancement pursuant to a career development plan if such advancement pursuant to this section was not suspended. Those 2 papers are before you.
Thank you very much. These are 2 papers that stem out of our budget agreement with the administration last year. One is to provide the equivalent and a bonus of career development for fire and police. And then the second paper is to ensure that it was clear what our plan was. This is not happening in isolation. The administration is gearing up to report back to us on a compression study. Our problems are that the surrounding counties both start and provide a higher wage for their police and fire that we need to make sure we close the gap on to ensure we not only get the best and brightest, but that we keep the best and brightest in these two crucial public safety roles. Are there those in the audience tonight that wish to speak in opposition to these papers? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good evening.
Mr. President, my name is Anthony Wells. Madam Vice President, members of council, I'd like to speak in opposition. The Career Development Program, since its inception, which I believe is 1993, it's never been a bonus. And to marginalize all the hard work that the cops and the firemen do as a bonus is just, it's not right. I know as far as firefighters go, their training that they go out and get, it has a partial effect on the ISO rating that this city has. Now, ISO, I don't want to get too technical, but it means Insurance Standards Office. And we have a rating of 2, which is very good, and we're very proud of that. And that affects the insurance rates that businesses and citizens pay. But anyway, I have a letter here that one of my former brothers sent out to us on Saturday that he wanted me to read to you all, and I agreed to it. Now, his name is Chris Meyer, and he just got hired on with the King George Fire Department. He decided to quit Richmond. After almost 5 years of service, he was just a few months away from being vested as far as retirement goes and being vested in the city. He left. But anyway, this is what he said. He said, as many as you know or have heard through the grapevine, I've decided to leave Richmond for another department. The pay and benefits being the main reason. We work too hard and spend too much time away from our families for all of us to work a second job that pays the bills. I am not going to work a 56-hour work week and turn around and work every day I'm off just to be able to scrape by and make my family suffer. It is a crying shame that CDP got voted in as a bonus. These are his words. He already assumed they got voted in as a bonus. City Council now these are his words, understand, they're not mine. City Council took the fire department to the back pasture and left us. We should not have let this happen. The entire fire department is going to suffer. Now, this is strong words. This is someone that left. And, I debated on whether I should tell you all this, but I think you deserve to hear the straight dope from some of the rank and file. I believe that it benefits that y'all hear it and y'all are made aware of that. Anyway, I know it's going to pass because it has 4 co-patrons and 1 patron. I know that Councilman Agelasto worked very hard to come up with a reasonable solution to fix the bonus and the disparity between the money that police got and the money that fire department got. I appreciate everything you've done. And I know that I don't speak for anyone or any organization, but I know that a lot of folks share that sentiment. We appreciate what you've done. Reva, you always say to call you Reva, but Councilwoman Travel, we always appreciate what you've done too. Dr. Newbill, everybody. But that's all I have to say. I know it's going to pass, but I was going to speak in opposition to it anyway.
Thank you, sir. Are there those that wish to speak in support of these 2 papers? All right. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to council for any discussion. Ms. Trammell?
Mr. President, I just don't understand. I've said over and over and over, the police and the fire and EMS, they're the 3 things that we definitely need in this city. Definitely. And we ask so much of them, especially our firefighters and our police officers, and we do them like this. And I know I said earlier that we were 100 police officers that were gone, but I was told that was wrong. It's like maybe 37, something like that. But still, how many more are going to be leaving when we pass this paper tonight? And I know that we're saying that at least it's a little thing. It's a little thing to make them feel better. But it's not. When you take the taxes out of that and everything else, and I don't know how we throw them under the bus. When we're sitting here giving different companies millions of dollars tonight, and we're looking at them and telling them, you're not worth it. Where are we going to be? Look at us right now. And I didn't make the story up early at 3 o'clock. Go pick up the Voice newspaper. It is in there. Richmond is now #1 with crime. And I know we don't want to say that. I don't want to say that. I've been back on council since 2006. Y'all have not heard me say one thing about crime in this city until Mr. Mayor got rid of our police chief. And now Mr. Marshall. And nobody up here wants to say it, but I'm going to say it because I'm not afraid to say it. It is wrong. It's wrong. And what we do, now look what we're doing to the citizens. I know, I think it's so funny too. I think it's real funny. Especially when it's happening in your district, happening in everybody's district. Crime is going up. Just like the poor lady. I wish to God I could find, I hope she's listening to this. I wished I could have called Channel 8, 6, and 12 and said, please give me the lady's name that was beat so bad, elderly lady. She was beat so bad with a handgun that her teeth was laying on the street when they did the story. And where was it at? Right where you're going to put your company. Did y'all reach out to her? I know Mr. Mayor didn't. I didn't because I didn't know where she lived. Cynthia did. But that was the most pitiful story I've seen in a long time. And then when she gets beat so bad that the blood is coming from up under her face, her eyes, where he beat her with the gun. Not for $10 or $15 or $20, but for pocket change that was in her car. And then that Sunday, what do I have? 2 young men get shot to death in my district on Decatur Street, where the week before that we had just passed out flyers for them to come to my meeting because I was getting phone calls that there was drug dealing going on over there, a gambling house, all of that. Our police officers can't be everywhere. Our firefighters can't be everywhere. That's why they depend on us. But my citizens are telling me now, we are scared. We're scared to come out there. We're scared. We stay in our house after 5 o'clock now. At 5 p.m., we shut our doors. We don't go out. So what are we doing? We're going to tell them, no, we're going to give you a bonus to make you feel good for today, and then we'll talk about a career development. You might be able to get it 2016, 2017. I don't know, but I know we've been talking about this for quite some time, about giving them more money. It's pretty bad when Petersburg takes our major, makes him a police chief. Hopewell, they take one of our majors, makes them a police chief. We're losing good police officers. Why? Because of this. They feel like we don't care about them. And they do so much more. Shopping with the cop. They take people out, and the children, they come to my community meeting. They help me fill up the little bags with toys. Those police officers do it 1st and 2nd precinct. Even if it's things from the Dollar General store, they take money out of their pocket, and they do that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A note about this.
I don't know how we can do. I'm just saying, I don't know, Mr. President. We've been talking about this and talking about this, and it's like now we say we're going to give you just a taste of the pie, and other things are more important than what you all are. But where are we going to be when we don't have enough police officers out on the street like we don't now, when we call 911 and they're backed up because they're working a homicide like it was in 1995 when Richmond, Virginia was the capital city of homicides, 160 homicides, most of them right there in my district that I represent, the 8th district.
Thank you, Mr. Trammell. First of all, the fact that you're citing was from an online real estate blog that eliminated places that didn't report and then further weighted various crimes to their own scale in order to come up with that rating. I would put about as much weight on that as I would on a twig if I was going to stand on it. Mr. Agelasto.
Thank you, Council President. I do think the importance here is what the council, and it's this council and its previous councils, committed to for our first responders. And I think everybody on council would agree that we appreciate the daily work of our first responders. The state just erected a monument to recognize all of the first responders who lost their life serving the communities across the Commonwealth. This is something that we deliberate every single year at the budget time. And I've been on council now through 2 budgets, and one of the things that we very much signaled this past year was while we might not be able to do all of the compensation with the STEP program, we were going to commit to career development. And it wasn't nearly a whole lot of money, and it wasn't going to impact every single person in the fire and police departments, but it was going to at least reward those who had taken the initiative to further their training, their experience, so that they become better servants to our community through better knowledge. And I think that's something that we have always said we want to support. And when we did this year, it came back to us as saying, well, maybe we won't reinstate career development. We will offer it as a bonus. And then next year we will have finished our compression study and we'll come forth with a new plan on how we are going to restructure the funding and compensation for fire and police. What's real today is that a first-year firefighter, first-year police officer in the city of Richmond is getting a 15% pay decrease from what they earn in the surrounding counties. That's something that we really ultimately have to address. How we address that is going to be in our budget. And during our organizational development committee, when there were two competing papers, one to reinstate career development and one to actually just pay the money out as a bonus, this topic was deliberated at length. What we were assured is that the restructuring of the compensation for fire and police would be brought forth to council and that we would understand it as it is introduced in the budget for next year, for the biennium budget for 16-17 that we will be approving early next spring. I will be on the record, and I think every single member of City Council ought to be on the record, that if it doesn't come through in the mayor's proposed budget, that we got an issue, because we've been talking about it for so long, and we tried to come up with all that money last year, and we made budget amendments to all sorts of departments to come up with the money to help the fire and police first responders who we know are being compensated less than the surrounding counties. That we, as City Council, must make a firm commitment to funding this. There were 6 budget amendments in last year's budget to improve and increase the funding for career development. 6 of us said this was important. If we can't stand firm in this next budget cycle to guarantee that that funding is there, it's not just a matter of a few firefighters leaving. It's going to be a morale issue. It's going to be, can we trust our city council to do the right thing for its employees? And I'm just simply saying, I'm disappointed that we're not reintroducing career development right now. I understand that the will of council is to pay the money out as a bonus, and the expectation is there that the city administration will come forth with a budget proposal that realigns our compensation for fire and police. That is the expectation, and I can simply say that when expectations aren't met, many people get disappointed.
Other council comments?
Mr. President.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Mosby, then Mr. Hilbert.
Thank you.
I would just simply like to say that we hear you. It is not that we do not hear you. But this is not just the will of the council. There was a meeting, and in that meeting, we had the police and fire and union there. And in that meeting, they were the spokespersons that told us that at this moment, this was the best route to go. So it's not that council had 2 papers before them, which was Mr. Agelesto's, Ms. Graziano's, but we had them in there so that they could help us make a good decision to help us get to the place that we're trying to get to, which is get you what you want. And so I don't want you to walk away from this thinking council just decided. No, council brought the people in so that they could give us good information to help us get to the place where we made the decision that we made. And I believe that all 9 of us want to see you get the things that you need to get, and that we'll work hard to try to get those things for you. I believe that. I don't believe that there's a person on this council that doesn't want to see things move forward for your career and development. I don't believe that. That is not what I've seen in the people that I work with. And I believe that together, just like at that meeting when they listened to what was being said, I believe that together we're listening again, and we'll make some things happen.
Mr. Hilbert.
Thank you, Mr. President. In this meeting where we discussed this earlier, I went on the record and would like to do so again, that if if the career development is not in the budget this year, that I would put in an amendment to make it so, that we absolutely have to do this. As Ms. Trammell indicated, that people are afraid to come out of their homes in her neighborhood, in her district. That is a turning point in our city back to where we were if we don't correct that situation. There was nothing quite as gratifying for me in my time on city council when I went through neighborhood to neighborhood knocking on doors and older people telling me they were afraid to come out of their home. And I went back 2 years, a year later, 2 years at the latest with some of the folks, same people answered the door, and they said, thank you, that I'm not afraid to come out of my house anymore. So we really need to focus on this, that some of our most vulnerable residents, the elderly who live alone, they've worked their whole lives, they've paid for their home, they just want to live there safely for the last years of their life. We owe it to them, but we also owe it to the police and fire who put themselves in harm's way every day. And so I want to go on the record as saying that we'll have this in the next budget. And I'm sorry that we aren't doing it this year, but I can guarantee you that we'll have it in there come the end of May. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hilbert. Mr. Blouse.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd also just like to say that I'm already on the record and will stay on the record at multiple meetings saying that this is a priority. However, like Ms. Mosby said, deferred to several conversations I had with fire and police. And Ms. Trammell and I also have discussed the low salary issues on the police side, which there's a track record for it. It worked in 2007. They raised the salaries and the positions got filled and crime plummeted. So there's no reason why we shouldn't steal up and do that again, whatever it takes.
Thanks. Dr. Newbill.
Similarly, I am on the record, but I will go on the record again in this regard. I certainly defer to our public safety professionals in informing us about decisioning relative to these papers, and so really reliant upon that. But I'm absolutely looking forward to the administration bringing back, as we have asked, information regarding compensation as well as career development, so that effective July 1st, we began to deal with these challenges and the obvious loss of staff to other areas where compensation is higher than what we have. So there is every expectation that we will get that information back in a timely fashion such that it is incorporated in the budget that begins July 1st, 2015. And that's my understanding of what's coming back from the administration. And I don't see it. Mr. Neal, thank you. And Mr. Neely is nodding affirmatively. So I am and remain committed and am very appreciative of the extraordinary work that our public safety professionals, both on fire and police, do throughout this community, and remain committed to seeing that we get to a better place with that in the upcoming biennial budget.
Ms. Graziano.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to say that I hear Ms. Trammell, and she's absolutely right. One of our biggest problems is not only our pay as people move through, but our recruitment pay. We don't pay these public safety officers anything, and we need to fix that so that we can be competitive with the other regions. And I appreciate the cooperation from our public safety administration and rank and file, in that they see that there is a need to fix this and that they are willing to work this year to get it fixed, and also to say, let's do this career development this year as a bonus, and then next year we'll come back and see how we're fixing this overall problem. So I just want to thank public safety, both administration and rank and file, and my fellow colleagues for moving this forward. Thanks.
All right.
Mr. President.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to thank my colleague, Ms. Graziano, for what she just said, because I know that is one of the things that a lot of the police and the firefighters talk about, the starting pay. And when I had the conversation with the police chief, he was also saying it's the starting pay, and what do we do to attract more men and women to come to the police department? Because the way that it's starting out, their starting pay it's not attracting them to want to be here when they can go to Chesterfield, Henrico County, and probably do less than what they have to do in the city because we demand so much of them. But I want to take this time to thank the firefighter that came down here. I won't mention his name. I know him very well. He helped me, along with the other firefighters at 21, feed some seniors and some homeless people on Thanksgiving morning. We fed 125 seniors, and I'd like to thank you. And also I'd like to thank you for coming down here and speaking. That took a lot of courage, and I know that I just want to thank you because I appreciate all what you all do. And this is, and let me say this too. In 2014, back in the day when I was on council in 1998, we didn't have the police and the firefighters working together. And now we have them working together in EMS. Everybody, it looks like you all, even with the sheriff's office, I see you all working together like brothers and sisters. And that's what it's all about, sticking together and coming down here without being retaliated and letting us know how you feel. So I just want to say thank you. And I'm like torn apart. I don't know if I want to support this because I think that it's wrong, but I hear my colleagues telling me that we're all going to work together and we're going to make sure that it happens in the next budget because, as Parker said earlier, we thought we had it. And Cynthia, we thought we had it, and it didn't go through. But Mr. Neely has promised us that it will go through this time. So something is better than nothing. Something's better than nothing. And we promise you. And I want to go on record, too, saying that I promise, being chairperson of public safety, I will do all I can. I ask you all the time, call my home. Please, my home number, 233-7382. I give everybody my home number, 233-7382. My personal cell, 240-5050, 240-5050. Can't say you can't get me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Trammell. Folks, you've heard a lot of promises tonight from every single person up here almost about career development. And know that a majority of us put in papers when the administration didn't include this in their budget last year for various proposals. Unfortunately, we didn't have good numbers from one of the two departments and had to divide out the money to ensure that everyone got the portion of the pay increase through this bonus that we had hoped to give. The administration is not saying they're going to come back with career development in next year's budget. They're saying they are going to make a recommendation how to correct the salary, the wages, for police and fire to ensure we don't have to deal with compression in the future and to ensure that we are competitive with our surrounding counties. So while I join in the pledge to try to put career development back in, I think it's important to remember that we may not be in a position where we have to do that. We may be in a position where we adopt a new pay scale for police and fire that will allow them to want to work in the city as opposed to leave for the counties. Additionally, if that's not the case and we do have career development, I hope that unlike this year when we did not have a majority to support the plan to reinstate it as an actual program and not a bonus, the next year we will have the support of the majority to make it an actual reinstatement of the program. Madam Clerk, would you please call the papers?
Council is voting on items number 34 and 38, ordinance number 2014-148, and ordinance number 2014-244. Mr. Beliles?
Aye.
Ms. Graziano?
Aye.
Ms. Mosby? Mr. Agelesto? Mr. Hilbert?
Aye.
Ms. Trammell?
Ms. Trammell, do you want...
I swear. Aye.
Ms. Newbill?
Aye.
Vice President Robertson?
Aye.
President Samuels?
Aye.
Those papers have been adopted.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, can we please do papers 39, I believe there, it's companion with 35 and 36.
Yes. Item 35 is ordinance number 2014-228 to amend the capital budget for FY 2015 by increasing revenues from planned borrowings and the amount appropriated to a new stone brewing project in the economic and community development category by $23 million for making an appropriation to the Economic Development Authority for the authority to develop and manage a building to house the operations of Kuchenwagner's Brewing Company, doing business as Stone Brewing Company in the city. 36 is ordinance number 2014-233 to authorize the issuance of general obligation public improvement bonds in the maximum principal amount of $23 million to finance the cost of school projects and general capital improvement projects, and making appropriations to the city's EDA to finance capital expenditures or to make loans or grants for promoting economic development. And item 39 is ordinance number 2014-246 to authorize the CAO to execute a Governor's Development Opportunity Fund performance agreement between the city and Economic Development Authority and Kuch and Wagner's Brewing Company for establishing and administering performance-based incentives provided pursuant to the Governor's Development Opportunity Fund. Those three papers are before you.
Thank you very much. Is there any administrator that wishes to give a brief overview of these three papers?
Yes, Mr. President, thank you very much. Grant Neely, Chief of Staff, Office of the Mayor. Stone Brewing is the most exciting thing going on in Richmond right now. Little bit of background. I was at a meeting of the Virginia Chamber of Commerce in Williamsburg on Friday where Governor McAuliffe laid out the Commonwealth's economic development strategy for the next 4 or 5 years. And he went through all of the exciting projects in Virginia, all over the state. And one of the ones that got the biggest rounds of applause was Stone Brewing coming to Richmond. And that's because of the story that we all know, that we've all been talking about for more than 6 months now, which is 10th largest craft brewing operation in the country, was looking to expand its operations beyond Southern California to serve the eastern half of the country more easily and more cost effectively. They looked at 250 different cities around the country. Those cities all made proposals, and they got down to the top 50, the top 25, the top 10, the top 3, and then finally they said Richmond, Virginia is the place that we want to call our home. And the communities rallied around Stone Brewing unlike anything I've seen in a long, long time in Richmond. The city, elected officials, businesses, other brewing companies around town, certainly far and away the neighbors in the Fulton neighborhood. They are excited about this and can't wait to come see it. Can't wait for it to happen and to be part of our town. On behalf of the mayor, on behalf of Stone, we are all grateful for the support that the council has given to this project so far. I believe 5 papers have gone through. They've all passed unanimously, and that shows just what broad support this has across the city of Richmond. Tonight there are 3 key papers in front of us. One will essentially enable the Economic Development Authority to construct the building that Stone will call home. Paper number 36 allows the authorization of the bonds to do that. And paper 39 allows the city to receive the Governor's Opportunity Fund incentive payment from the Commonwealth. This is exciting for all the reasons that we all know, not the least of which is 288 new jobs in the east end of Richmond in a neighborhood that badly needs them. And in a part of the town where no other businesses, no other restaurants have been in a position to invest in a big way. And that's a big deal for the Fulton neighborhood. And finally, I think it's important to know that Stone is going to be a great corporate citizen. That's been their track record at their operation in Southern California, and I'm absolutely confident that it will be true here as well. At every turn when you talk to Stone, they say one of the reasons they chose to come to Richmond is because of the unprecedented and seamless cooperation that they've seen between the city, between our different departments, between the Commonwealth, between the governor's office. It made it easy for them to come here. And in return, what we've said to them is we've been impressed from the beginning about your commitment, Stone Brewing, to working with the community, to working with other restaurant owners and other brewers around town. They've already demonstrated that here in Richmond, and I know they'll continue to do that. I'd like to ask Craig Spitz, the Chief Financial Officer of Stone, to come up and say a few words about that, if you would.
Thank you, Mr. President, Madam Vice President, council members. I'd just like to take a few moments to share a few comments on behalf of Stone regarding this project for everybody. As it stands now, the properties being considered for a new brewery, which has been vacant for over 40 years, consist of over a dozen separate parcels totaling approximately 14 acres. Most of the property is remnant of the now defunct 1970s urban renewal plan and is located adjacent to a former gasworks property. In addition, there's a vacant 1937 terminal building that's been uninhabited for almost 30 years and a pretty beat-up slab of concrete constituting a former ferry landing. When the city of Richmond reviewed our RFP, they saw a chance for something extraordinary. In us, they recognized a private enterprise that their public agency could partner with to accomplish something that neither party alone could accomplish on its own. Plant the first seeds of resurgence for this portion of the greater Fulton community. The city and Commonwealth urged us to review the location, explain their vision, and went to great lengths to open our eyes to the possibilities that existed in these properties. Now that we've come to mutual agreement about the plan for housing our East Coast headquarters and related bistro in Richmond, we are all looking forward to getting the work started and the process of refurbishing and revitalizing this area, while at the same time honoring its historic significance. The awesome, hardworking, proud, and friendly people that Pat and I have met in the community meetings that we've been to tell us how excited they are about it as well. In this public-private partnership, we will be providing a hub which other construction with homes, hotels, restaurants, stores, public event venues, and more can build to bring new life and a brighter future to this entire end of the town. In Stone's 18-year history, we've invested every penny of our profits back into growth and, as a result, our community, while also raising significant funds to support local charities to the tune of nearly $3 million. This is one of the reasons we were so selective when searching for a place to call home. We needed a locale that wasn't only feasible from a business standpoint, but a special place that felt right, where we could make a real difference as well, which is part of our DNA. Just let me finish by saying that we are just really excited and ready to get started in this work with the community, and we want to thank the city and the Commonwealth and the council for partnering with us to create something special and something that will bring tourists and commerce to all the businesses of Richmond. You'll come to find us to become a true community partner, and we just want everybody to remember, and all the other businesses out there to remember, that a rising tide floats all boats. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Is Mr. Downey still here? Did he leave? Mr. Downey, I'm going to ask you some questions just so that we are clear of other things, so that if people go, well, how did Stone get such a good deal? I'm just going to ask you some questions to ensure I know what's out there for folks who want to start a business in the city.
Okay.
Is there such a thing as the Mayor's Opportunity Fund?
Those are the performance-based grants that we offer to new business.
And how about the City of Richmond Enterprise Zone program? That exists?
Yes. That provides a variety of incentives.
The tax abatement program? The tax abatement incentive program?
Right.
The commercial area revitalization effort?
And otherwise known as CARE, yes.
Do you guys have a citywide revolving loan program?
Yes.
Okay. Economic development revolving loan program?
Yes, there's an array of loan programs.
And then the contractor assistance loan program?
CAPS, yes.
The Arts and Cultural District Micro Enterprise revolving loan program? Mm-hmm. All right. And then you also work with the Commonwealth of Virginia with their incentives?
Correct. They have several zones within the city. We work with them. That's 9 different ways that if you want to start a business or expand your business in the city of Richmond, you can work with economic development to do that? Yes. Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions. Folks, are there those in the audience tonight that wish to speak in opposition to these papers?
Good evening. My name is Michael Byrne. I've been in the restaurant business, and I owned a brewery, though smaller than Stone, much. for 18 years right here in the city of Richmond, and currently been in the restaurant business for 30 some odd years downtown. The $23 million of which we are speaking is not something as small as getting a business loan for $100,000 or $50,000, and I don't want to be, we're talking about $23 million. We're also talking about a bigger package. The package is inclusive of other things that have been put into this package, which we are not going to discuss tonight, but that are there and might well be tied to that package simply by the way the mayor has constructed it. We all know that in a city manager form of government or in a strong mayor, and in this case, we're not sure whether it's a strong mayor or city council, but when it's in negotiation, it's not very transparent. And when it's not very transparent, the community has to really guess where it's getting its information. I have just recently read all the papers, which most restaurant people don't necessarily get to do, and found that, we're talking about a $40 million deal when it comes to the end of the day. And to say that some of it isn't good economic development, I couldn't say that. Stone Brewing sounds like they're a very good operator. That's not why I'm here. I'm here because of the other monies, the other allocations that are being put that might put other people in the current business community at a disadvantage. And at a disadvantage, I mean by those of us that have been in the business that maybe have gone and gotten a business loan for $20,000 or $30,000. It so happened after 18 years, I went through the worst recession since the 1930s and wasn't able to survive. I survived in the business, and I'm here to tell you that the restaurant community is engaged and will be part of this dialogue, whether the mayor allows us to or not, or whether council can give us the information that we need to provide or we need to make good decisions. The decisions that I have seen that have already been inked and will be looked at. The problem is that a lot of this won't be made public until after it's inked. And what happens then? We're dealing with a done deal. That's not transparency, nor good government, nor good policy. So I'm very curious as to see how we improve the $23 million. What happens after that? Where do we go with the other aspects of it? Where is the other $8 million? He opened the door about the last two speakers about a bistro. That would mean we'd be in competition with a city-funded bistro. That's not good business. That's not good policy. And the restaurateurs of this city will be listening. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Byrne. Yes, Ms. Karn.
Hi, my name is Mo Carnage. I'm against giving $23 million to Stone Brewery Project through the EDA because they picked us. We won. We won the race to the bottom. Congratulations. We're the suckers who offered them the most, which doesn't say a lot of great things about our city government. We're taking our public money and we're putting it into a private business. This isn't a good way for a public government to behave. And I can't help but think of the things that in 2014 we have previously not been able to scrounge up the money for, including school repairs and including the museum for slavery that people wanted to build in Shockoe Bottom. That had a ticket price, I believe, of about $30 million. And at that time, nobody cared enough, apparently, to magic up the money for it, because here we are 6 months later, and we have that much money for this new project. So I think that this is very revealing about the priorities of the mayor and everybody on city council, that we will come up with the money for a project that's about beer so the governor can hang out with the brewers and drink some beers and have a good time, but we can't come up with the money to put in a memorial and a museum about a very important historical part of what Richmond is, and honoring the fact that Black Lives Matter and honoring all of that. And we don't apparently care enough to do that. And this is really disrespectful to everybody in local businesses who have to deal with tons of red tape, erroneous tax bills, and other hurdles, that the city puts in front of them just to succeed and to get by. We have a lot of really great creative people in the city of Richmond. They are the ones who make this city great. They are the ones who make this a cool place. And we're basically just, spitting on them right now. And I think that we have to be cautious with these EDA contracts because they do give work to local contractors to do the construction. But I don't remember if it's state or local law, but with those contracts, the lowest bidder for the construction is the one who must always be taken. And in the case of the Redskins Stadium, the lowest bidder for a part of the millwork aspect of it missed an entire part of it. And a lot of times the lowest bidder isn't really your best bet. And we have local business people who sometimes will put it in a low bid because they don't know enough to bid an actual appropriate amount, and we end up with local businesses actually losing money to complete the contract that they've got. So we need to be really careful with these. They give us jobs, temporary construction jobs and all of that, but we want to make sure these are sustainable sorts of projects for people in the city. So please don't do this.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Florence Breedlove. I'm against this bill also. I'm against the way the EDA work, period. Because it seems as if you don't have any control. You know, whatever they do, because they don't do anything in the open. And like previous citizens have said, we always find out after the fact. But after the fact, it's too late. You would not go buy a house and not know how it's going to be built, who's going to build it, where your land is, if your land is worth the money. I mean, so I don't understand how you allow the EDA to have so much power. I'm outdone on that. And here you talking about $23 million. The jobs are going to be good. I agree. We need them. I agree. The area that's going to be built on, great area for business. I agree. Given that business, this business that's already a business that make millions of dollars a year, $23 million to come here, I don't understand. And then you're not going to know what the real deal is until after the fact. And that's what upsets the citizens in this city. Because these are our tax dollars. And you're telling me, and I've just read this Sunday, that by 2019, a lot of this debt is going to be called on, and how we're doing it. Where we making money? All I see is us giving money away. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Breedlove. Yes, Josh, come on down.
Thank you, Council President, Madam Vice President. Council, my name is Josh Bufford. I have been a resident in the city of Richmond since 2007, and my wife and I own 3 restaurants in the city of Richmond. I appreciate and understand very well the goals that EDA pursues, and we very much enjoy the benefits of economic development as residents and taxpayers in the city of Richmond. We also welcome Stone Brewing as a neighbor and their manufacturing operation in Richmond. Our restaurants serve their products, and our customers enjoy them very much. And we believe in their mission as a community steward and as a good company, and all of those things make us feel really good about their selection of Richmond as their new home. However, I also have to, like the others that spoke before me, request more transparency in this process before our public funds are fully committed. In particular, review of the lease terms to ensure that they're offered at a market rate, and the full business case for the brewery and property development deal before our public funds are committed. I've been disappointed by the progress of development that was promised in the Bon Secours Redskins training camp deal. We're still waiting on ground to be broken on some of those developments that were promised 2 years later after the $10 million for construction has already occurred. And I want to make sure that the benefits that are being counted as justification for this deal are realistic, and that they include measurable milestones and accountability from the DA, the chosen contractors, and from Stone Brewing themselves. Further, the project that was requested and proposed from Stone Brewing was represented as multi-phase, but a single transaction. Council now asserts that these phases are not tied together, hence we're discussing the brewery manufacturing operation tonight, but not the additional funds that appear to have been promised for a restaurant or bistro operation. And so I'm not really sure how those things got separated when it seemed pretty clear in all the past documentation that they were part of a single transaction. When the administration deals with transparency and delivers on promises, it earns the benefit of doubt from all of us taxpayers. However, when project benefits are long delayed or never delivered, and when contractors apply for permits and begin their work before official awards have been made, it makes it very hard and causes a lot of skepticism that we can trust you and be confident supporters of Richmond's economic development efforts, particularly when it pertains to an investment of over $30 million of public funds. We're not talking about the Wyeth Pfizer deal from this week, which I'm very supportive of, but that's a very realistic number of dollars. So again, I appreciate and I'm fully supportive of the economic development activities, and I want to call Stone Brewing a neighbor and a vendor and a collaborator in Richmond. However, as a taxpayer, I have to demand enough transparency to ensure that this is a good deal for all of Richmond residents, and in particular, my neighbors and my employees, to whom I have a very large fiscal responsibility. So my request is, will you commit to enough transparency before this deal is fully done so that we can all confidently come together and agree that this is a good deal for us? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bufford. How many more folks are here to speak in opposition? If you could raise your hands, please. 1, 2. Okay, come on down, folks. If there's a third, come on down so we can go 1, 2, 3.
Hi, guys. My name is Michelle Williams. I'm with the Richmond Restaurant Group. As many of you may know, we are a 20-year veteran, 6-establishment city restaurant group. We contribute millions of dollars in taxes a year. We employ hundreds of employees. We've never asked for our private funds to be supplemented by the government. We can't get parking adequate for our customers, and we lose customers to the counties all the time. We don't have adequate police patrol on the streets in the evenings for customers that do live in the counties to feel safe to come to the cities or in our establishments. In spite of these things, I still live in the city. I've lived in the city for 25 years. My partner and I choose to send our children to private school at an additional cost because our public schools we don't feel like are adequate to support the education that we feel like our children deserve. And we've invested millions in the city in this last 20 years. And we feel like, I know you all say that these two deals are different and separate, but one deal kind of steamrolls the other. And the city did not do a good job at the 6th Street Marketplace investment that they made in being landlords and restaurant owners. And I just feel like, while we also are happy to have Stone Brewing Company here with us, we feel like that they should do it on the same merits that everybody else in the city has had to work so hard to get. And for the city to, like I said, be a landlord and to contribute the money for the bistro side, it just doesn't add up to all of the people that live here. It's not about the restaurant. It's not about the company. It's about how the funds are coming about. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Yes, sir.
Hi, I'm Emery Williams. I'm a new resident of the city of Richmond. I'm in Ms. Graziano's district. And I'm also Michelle's father that just spoke just a moment ago and a member of Richmond Restaurant Group. I liked everything that Mike, the first person who spoke, had to say to you. Josh, who spoke just a moment ago, I agree with everything they've said. I'm basically a private partner in this investment, so I'm not a public person that's seen to take an interest in these matters. But when I listen to folks say that this thing basically just got railroaded through the mayor's office, and there was little or no transparency whatsoever about this entire project as far as the public goes, it just made me want to get up off that lounge chair of mine and come down here and say, folks, I wish you'd have some consideration for the folks that brought you to this dance. You know, there's an old saying, dance with the one that brung you. Well, I think you all have forgotten that term in this particular case. And I mean no disrespect to these folks either. And I'm sure they're good business people. We've had 18 years of good business ourselves that we have provided a lot of tax revenues into the city, and I suspect a lot of those dollars that we have helped provide are now going to go find their way into this project. And so we compete against that very project that the dollars we've helped provide to this city turns right around and puts in the pocket of folks on the West Coast. It doesn't sound like good stewardship to me. And I'm just a retired business person, a retired banker, and a retired investment banker. Michelle told me that over the next 25 years, based on our current revenue flow, that we will also provide to the city tax coffers about $30 million. And we'll be doing that without any of your support. We'll be doing it with the pothole roads. We'll be doing it with the city police earning 15% less. That those dollars could go to some of those important things. And yet you'll have your mayor ramrod something right down your throat. Business as usual. Nothing's changed. I'm sorry to see it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Yes, sir.
Hello, Mr. President, Madam Vice President, members of the council. My name is Eric McKay, and Patrick Murtaugh, who's with me, we are the two co-owners of Hardywood Park Craft Brewery here in Richmond. And we just wanted to share a few comments and ultimately reflect some of the similar sentiments that were shared earlier in hopes to improve transparency. First and foremost, we're huge fans of Strome Brewing Company. We've been to the brewery twice. We've been drinking their beer since we were 21 years old. And we really want to see them come to this city and to be productive members of the thriving craft brewing community that's been growing over the past many years. Having dealt with a number of challenges in establishing our own homegrown brewery, it's exciting and refreshing to see the city acknowledge the value that can be created by a craft brewery in job creation, in increased tourism, in tax revenue growth, and in enhancements in the quality of life and in hometown pride of our residents. Typically, the type of economic development model that's been applied in this situation is used to recruit businesses that are not competitive to a city's own organically thriving industries or public amenities that cannot otherwise be privately financed, such as a ballpark. As Richmond residents and business owners, we're comfortable continuing to support this project. However, we'd like to see transparency provided on the following specific questions. First and foremost, what is the current lease arrangement and how will it be adjusted in the likely case that the project goes over budget? Next, what collateral or guarantee does the city have if the tenant decides to terminate or is unable to pay their lease? Next, what evidence is there that a restaurant in the city of Richmond can support a lease payment on an $8 million build-out? How will the city manage its conflict of interest with homegrown breweries and restaurants as a long-term financial partner of the city's largest restaurant and the city's largest brewery? The disparity in the city's financial support for Stone versus its homegrown restaurants and breweries is vast. What plans does the city have in place for bridging this gap? As a specific example, we've created over 30 full-time positions at our brewery, more than 20 of which are salaried positions with benefits. About 10 of them are part-time positions. We've so far been eligible for $0 of the Mayor's Opportunity Fund and $10,000, which included $400 per job created as a one-time payout for job creation, and $5,000 of our machinery and tools tax, which was about $35,000 last year, was given to us as a rebate for creating manufacturing jobs and a manufacturing business. The last...
you can summarize, it's okay.
Okay. The last 2 points is that most brewery employees require at least a year of advanced training before they can independently and safely operate brewery equipment. Richmond has a very small number of trained brewery employees, certainly fewer than 88. Nearly all of them received their training and are currently employed at local breweries. Will Stone be relocating these new brewery positions from California or from elsewhere in the country, or will they be recruiting them from within the community? If the latter, how will the city or Stone help cover the training costs incurred when approximately 88 brewery jobs are recruited by Stone? In closing, how many of the jobs that Stone creates will come from residents of the Fulton community? We're certainly in support of community revitalization and know how much that community needs it, and it'd be nice if there was a commitment in terms of job creation for that specific community.
I'm sorry, would you mind repeating your last sentence again?
The last question was just ultimately, is there some commitment in terms of job creation from residents of the Fulton Hill community?
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Mr. McKay, Mr. Murtaugh. Are those who wish to... Oh, I'm sorry. Is there another opposition? All right. Anybody else here in the audience tonight wish to speak in opposition? All right. You're the last one. We'll move to support after that. Yes, sir.
My name's James Baldwin, restaurant owner, partner, except there's one thing that I have in my history that I think a lot of people don't. I've been in commercial construction for 12 years. From hearing everybody else's comments, I just found out about this on Sunday, and I apologize for the unprepared remarks. I would just caution council that you're going into a $23 million investment. It's a conceptual investment at this point. Who's in for the overruns? Who's in for the change orders? Who's in for the inevitabilities of a conceptual design? Do you guys know that? I personally don't. Before you vote on it, I would make sure you have those answers in place, because I've been involved in a $640 million BRAC hospital, cost the federal government over $1 billion because of overruns. Center Stage, you guys did that one, overruns. So just be aware of those things before you sign off. And that's my comment.
Are there those in the audience tonight that wish to speak in support of this project? All right. Seeing none. Are you coming down?
Hello, my name is Julie Ellen Sarver. I am a resident of the Greater Fulton community, and I'm very supportive of this project. First of all, some of the comments made before, this is not a grant. This is a loan that will be paid. Stone Brewing is going to be paying for this, to pay back this, this bond offering. It's not about beer, and it's way beyond any restaurant. This is about people. This is about people in the Greater Fulton, historic Fulton, and Rockettes areas that were decimated by the 1970 Urban Renewal Plan and that have basically been completely ignored by the city and by businesses for the last 40-some-odd years. This is the first time that anyone, private or public, has shown interest in this neighborhood and these people. And quite frankly, we are thrilled. We are thrilled that there are going to be jobs. We're thrilled that there are going to be follow-on investment by other private and public investments. We are thrilled to get some bike lanes, some sidewalks, some connections to the river, maybe someday a school, grocery store. We have none of these things. We have no restaurants. So I just want to make it clear that we feel very passionate about this opportunity for this neighborhood and for these residents who have suffered. There are people who have lived there for decades. They don't have cars. There are 2 bus lines that are... I won't even tell you how long it takes to get to a grocery store on the bus. You can't even get to the closest one on the bus. This is also going to benefit the entire city of Richmond and the region. There's going to be a lot of people coming to this brewery and restaurant, and as well as the riverfront redevelopment areas that are going to spring up after this. This is a debt that is at least 40 years old that is finally being repaid. This is not a $23 million grant that is being handed to some company in San Diego. They are investing their equipment and their people here. They have, to the comment that was just made about residents of Fulton being involved and being part of the construction employment, those negotiations are happening. To me, this has been pretty darn transparent. We have been working with Dr. Newbo and the city and the representatives from Stone Brewing, and it's been great. We're collaborating, and I am so upset to see the people who don't set foot in Fulton to come and try to take this away from us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good evening, Mr. President, Madam Vice President. I'm John Ondrock. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for Fulton Hill Properties. Normally, I come to you with a little speech prepared. I don't have that. I'm going to wing it. I apologize. To the business owners who have spoken opposition to this project, I would like to ask them where they were in Fulton for the last 40 years when the city of Richmond, with its urban renewal plan, decimated Fulton. As Julie Owen Sarver said, this is a debt, and this is a promise to the residents who are in Fulton that needs to be repaid. My organization has a $90 million investment in the city of Richmond, predominantly in Shockoe Bottom. We've looked at the numbers, we have looked at the site, we have looked at the continual evaluation with Dr. Newbill, representatives from Stone, as much information as they are able to share with us, which I'm sure that is all the information that they are able to share, period, with the citizens and with council. We believe that this is a good investment from our expertise as real estate experts, as construction experts, and as employment experts. Unfortunately, because Fulton doesn't have services like schools and maybe one gas station for an area that is home to about 6,000 people, we're not able to leverage a lot of the relationships. Thankfully, we have a partnership with the city of Richmond and Stone Brewing in that we can create some of these opportunities. It's my understanding that every brewing opportunity is going to create at least 3 other ancillary and amenity jobs in a 2-mile radius. That's a lot of jobs. That's a lot of revenue. That's a lot of opportunity in our district, in an area that the city and restaurateurs and businesses in Richmond have perpetually ignored for going on 2 generations. It's time for Fulton. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right. Seeing no other folks that wish to comment. Oh, yes, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Diana Stone. I'm a resident of the Fulton neighborhood, and I also serve on Greater Fulton's Future on our economic development team. We have been working and meeting with the representatives from Stone that are here tonight frequently and having conversations that, hopefully address a lot of the concerns that I've heard voiced. I do appreciate hearing what everyone has had to say tonight. But I agree more strongly with what's been previously said. We have an opportunity to make amends. I was born a few years after the urban renewal plan happened, and it is unacceptable for me to say that has nothing to do with me. I'm a resident of Richmond. This is my home. I've grown up in the Richmond area, and I returned here and made my home in Greater Fulton. And it has been an amazing year, and having the opportunity to work with my neighbors for the betterment of our community. We're committed to seeing that things are done, the right way, and taking into account everyone's concerns. I do believe everyone has the right to be heard on these matters. This neighborhood needs an anchor. We have been working to try and attract business to revitalize our business district. And I have gone and I have spoken to local grocery stores, and I have asked them, what can we do to make our neighborhood more attractive? And they very politely don't answer my question. So let's do something that makes it so that, people are going to want to come here. That way we can get, some more local businesses going in our neighborhood. It has great potential, and I would like to see it happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, folks, yes, ma'am. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak in support? I don't see any hands raised. Yes, ma'am.
President and Vice President, my name is Mary Ellen Otto. I've been a lifelong resident of this area. except for a few years away. I've seen this section of the city looked down upon all of my life. The programs that you mentioned earlier, asking, you've heard about enterprise zones, you've heard about CARE. Those programs are great, and some of our businesses in our small business area have used them. But it seems to me they're mostly for smaller projects, nothing of the size of what Stone Brewery wants to bring to this city. It's going to help the entire city, not just our little community that needs it so much. The gentlemen from Stone have been into our community. They've met with us. They've looked around. They've asked us, what can we do for you? We've never had that happen before. We are so excited. I just ask each of the council person, if Stone was coming to your district, would you be so critical in your in looking at what's going to happen? We're going to get this money back. The city is going to gain from this. Please think carefully. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Folks, that concludes the public comment section. If I could, maybe Mr. Johnson and Mr. Downey, would you guys be willing to come up for just a second? Ms. Farrar, I don't know if you want to come up as well or if you just want to be in the batter's box. And Stone, there may be some questions for you gentlemen as well. But I did hear guys, if you saw me looking down while anybody was talking, it's because I keep notes on what folks say so I don't forget it. And Mr. Downey, some of the questions that I heard, I want to make sure we get answered. Will this money be paid back?
Yes, the $23 million we're speaking of is financing for the project. That funding will be paid back through a lease. That lease is not dependent on tax revenue. That is actually a lease paid back by the company. The tax revenues are a net benefit to the city.
So there's tax money coming in, and then there's also the lease repayment that pays off this amount of money. Okay.
Right.
If there are overages in the construction, how do those monies get paid back? Mr. Johnson, that might be one more for you since you're negotiating the lease.
Rich Johnson with the Economic Development Authority. The lease with the Stone Brewing Company, Kuchen Wagner, is not in final fashion at this point in time. It is in a very, very advanced state. It is very close to being executed, but it's not executed as we speak. As a matter of good business practice, we don't divulge specific details of transactions that are not finalized yet, and both as a good business practice and upon advice and assurance that is compliant with the rules per the city attorney's office. I will tell you, though, pursuant to industry standard best practices, those issues are dealt with very thoroughly in the lease, and the city will not have exposure to cost overruns in that vein.
Thank you.
I hope that's sufficient. I'll certainly be glad to meet privately as need be with more folks. And again, the lease will become fully available once it's fully executed. That'll all be spelled out for public knowledge at that point.
Mr. Downey, will there be collateral if Stone isn't able to make their payments?
Yeah, I think that's probably in my ball again. The landlord-tenant relationship will be exactly the same as it would be in any private lease arrangement. So all remedies and rights available to any landlord will be available to the EDA in collecting this matter. So, yes, there will be substantial collateral.
And the collateral includes the actual brewery that will be built?
Well, the actual brewery that will be built will be owned by the EDA and then subject to a lease to the brewery. So actually ownership of that property will never leave the EDA's hands and therefore the greater city group hands.
In negotiations in the city's due diligence, is there evidence to support the fact that Stone can pay this rent in this amount?
Once again, yes, there is. We have, again, using best practices, industry standards, have done significant due diligence on them and have high confidence in their ability to pay. Additionally, The CFO has addressed this in public standards, in public comment periods previously, to confirm that their situation is such that merely the freight savings involved in not having to transport beer all the way from California to East Coast markets will cover this.
Maybe get an opportunity for Mr.
He stole my thunder.
Sorry.
What he said.
Okay. And then, honestly, I don't know who to address the next one to. The conflicts of interest issues with local businesses dealing with the city versus Stone dealing with the city. Who wants to address that?
The 2 points I want to make on that. One is, we treat any business retention expansion project by project basis. Many of the tools that we talked about earlier, we use those tools when dealing with a business looking at expanding, looking at staying in Richmond, looking at moving to Richmond, and we try to fit the need of that project per se with the tools we have. And I do want to point out too that this is we talked a lot about restaurants and things, but this is in total $73 million project that includes a brewery, and this bistro is a part of it. And this is one large project that creates $73 million of investment over the next 25 years and to create 288 new jobs. So the bistro is a piece of it. The brewery is the large part of it. And the $23 million we're talking about tonight is to move towards construction of the brewery. But yes, any expansion retention project in the city we would look at as a project.
Thank you. I have three more, and I apologize to the speaker who said this because I didn't do a good job writing it down. I wrote plans to bridge gap, and I think what we were talking about perhaps is, I don't remember what we were talking about, so I'm going to put a pin in that one for a second. Is there any commitment to look to Filton to hire residents as employees? Yes. The answer is yes. And then lastly, will Stone recruit employees, steal employees, or bring them from California?
We're going to bring a few brewers over for train-the-trainer type of roles, but true to our philosophy, we do believe in hiring locally for everything. Now, as we do in Southern California to address the concerns of the Hardyward co-founders, we keep a keen eye on that. We do not poach. We do not reach out to folks. We are going to be working with the appropriate folks here to put together training programs well ahead of time. Completely agree with what he said about the necessity of training well ahead of time for safety and just purely brewing purposes. We've developed programs with colleges. In fact, I'm meeting with a couple of deans on our trip here to start those conversations. So we definitely will be hiring locally. And the commitment that we'll make is that, we'll work with the different owners of these establishments ahead of time to make sure that we're purposely not poaching their folks. It's certainly not our intention. I would also just comment that, in San Diego, we have two of the largest restaurants in the city. And yet there's not been a single business that has suffered as a result. We deliver 35 beers in our portfolio. And I think a testament to how we at least intend to lift things up here is similar there. One of the other competing cities that we were evaluating put on a basically it was a promotion that they put on for a weekend, and 72 individual proprietorships signed up and put on a Tap Stone Day, essentially. And these are establishments that were literally within walking distance and a very close proximity to where our large brewery was going to be put. So we believe we actually help elevate sort of the overall tide, if you will, and everybody benefits. And that's sort of our approach to how we ramp up the brewery as well.
Thank you. Those were my questions. Mr. Downey, do you have anything else?
One of the follow-up what Pat said, one of the things we're excited about is we are going to be partnering with our local workforce group. Not partnering with them, but our local workforce group will be partnering with other partners such as state agencies to provide funding and training. So what we feel like as we try to train and meet the needs of Stone, we'll also be producing the type of employment and people with the skills for the other breweries and restaurants in the area. So that is a part of the project.
Thank you. Folks, I absorbed a lot of time there, and I apologize for that, but I want to make sure the folks that asked questions today got them answered tonight. Are there other questions from council members?
Council President.
Yes, sir.
I do have some additional questions that relate to what has been discussed tonight regarding the Phase 1 appropriation and Phase 2 appropriation. But it occurs to me that that might be best done in a closed session. And I would like to make a motion that the City Council hold a closed meeting in connection with the proposed Stone Brewing Company Economic Development Project pursuant to Section 2.2-3711A29 of the Code of Virginia for discussion or consideration of award of a public contract involving the expenditure of public funds, including the terms or scope of such contract, where discussion in an open meeting would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiating strategy of the city.
Thank you, Mr. Agelasto. Mr. Agelasto has made a motion for us to go into closed session right now. Is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Trammell has seconded. I'm sorry, I heard you say second and then.
Second.
Okay. All right. It's been made and properly seconded. Madam Clerk, unless there's any discussion on this, would you please call the question?
Mr. President.
Mr. Beliles?
Can I ask for just a clarification? I'm sorry. It was all legal jargon, no offense, Mr. Jackson. Can you put that in plain English?
As I understand Mr. Agelasto's intent, there are issues that he wishes to explore that, at least in part, maybe substantial part, remain a part of open negotiations between the city, the EDA, and Stone.
Is in regards to Phase 1 and Phase 2, or is that accurate, Mr. Agelasto?
Yes, Phase 1 and Phase 2 and the relationship between them.
That is correct.
Ms. Graziano?
Mr. Agelasto or the attorney, but for tonight we're just discussing Phase 1, correct? That's what's before us, not Phase 2.
That is something that I'm trying to ascertain. We've approved several papers that deal with Phase 1, Phase 2, and I'd like to get a little bit more clarity on the interrelationship of all of this as we approve the financing. And I would appreciate it if the EDA representatives and ECD representatives would join us.
Mr. President?
Yes, sir.
May I ask Mr. Johnson a question before we take the vote?
Mr. Johnson?
Mr. Johnson, it's my understanding that when we first started getting information about this, that Phase 1 was in a more advanced state because of their Stone Brewing's desire to be producing beer as soon as possible or within the timeline of the next roughly 16 months. And Phase 2 would be discussed at a later date with a target date of 2 to 3 years coming to fruition. Is it correct to say that the cooperation agreement that we approved last month that moves the production facility forward would also, a separate one would have to be drafted for anything related to the brew pub or the area down by the river?
I may have to defer that one to Attorney Jackson. I believe that document contemplates the second phase as coming forth, but does not guarantee any funding for it. Mr. Jackson, am I correct on that?
Yes, sir. All of the agreements are subject to appropriation, and the papers that are before you tonight appropriate funding only for the first phase.
Yeah.
And so how the brew pub is phase of this deal is constructed is yet to be discerned for you all to reveal to us in close session.
How it would be funded is not defined at this point. It is contemplated that within a defined period that the dates are fluid a little bit at this point in time. We're finalizing some window periods on there, but that date is fluid, which could run as much as 4 to 4.5 years. at the outside. But the funding for that is not defined within any papers that are before you tonight or any papers that are specifically tied to the existing cooperation agreement.
And so the site requirements that were in the RFP that Stone issued, certain square footage kitchen and layout and things like that, is it not unreasonable to say, or is it not privileged to say that could be feasibly constructed by the restaurant part of it by, say, a private entity, while the city obviously has to fix the dock and the public infrastructure in that area? It's looked exactly the same since I was a kid, but maybe Pat can answer this question. I mean, Stone they're not really concerned with who they write the check to. They have a goal to have a brew pub open within 3 to 4, however many years, as long as those site requirements are met. It wouldn't necessarily have to be funded with city dollars, would it?
As far as the city being the source of the money for that would not be a mandatory requirement under any paper that's in front of you. And for that to become a mandatory paper, an additional mandatory funding, an additional paper would have to be brought forth and approved by this council. And I believe Mr. Jackson will confirm that to be correct. And he's given me the nod, yes, he is. I always like to double check with the city attorney's office.
Me too, thank you.
Make sure there's no miscommunication.
Thank you.
Is that good?
Yes, that's all I have. Thank you.
All right. Any other discussion? We're on a motion that's been properly seconded to go into a closed meeting. All right. Seeing none, Madam Clerk, would you please call the question?
Yes, Council is voting on Councilman Agelesto's motion to go into closed session pursuant to 2.2-3711A29 relative to Stone Brewery. Mr. Beliles?
No.
Ms. Graziano?
No.
Ms. Mosby?
No.
Mr. Agelesto?
Aye.
Mr. Hilbert?
No.
Ms. Trammell?
Aye.
Ms. Newbill?
No.
Vice President Robertson? President Samuels?
No.
That motion has failed.
All right. Mr. Agelesto, when you made the motion, we were in the middle or just getting ready to have any other questions of them, of the parties, before we took a vote on these 3 papers. Are there any other comments?
Council President, I'll ask my questions then.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And if representatives want to come back to the podium, there were a couple of, following up on Mr. Beliles' comments with relation to the collateral. Is this collateralized by the parent company, or is it a separate LLC that is collateralizing?
No, yeah. I have to sign in again. Craig Spitz with Stone. No, we're not setting up a separate LLC. This lease is signed between our legal entity is called Kuch & Wagner's Brewing Company, DBA Stone Brewing Company. We're not setting up a separate corporation for this. This is, in fact, none of our operations in the U.S. Have separate corporations for anything that we've done. So this is just our regular corporate entity. This will be a Richmond division, or if you will, of our corporate entity. So the lease is being signed by the full corporate entity of Stone. And we're also, as I talked in the past too, we're putting up a $600,000 letter of credit as well for 7 years as part of this part of the lease requirement.
Thank you for that comment. I guess my bigger issue, and this goes to how the City Council works with its Economic Development Authority. We're told that the lease between the EDA and Stone Brewery is still in negotiation. We're told that Council has no final approval on that lease. We also know that the cooperation agreement between the EDA and the city was issued, and in terms of excess revenues, it doesn't allow the council the oversight until we make an amendment later on with the paper being introduced tonight. the council in this regard has given over a lot of responsibility and authority to the EDA. The question at the moment is, what is the relationship between Phase 1 and Phase 2? As I can tell it, the council has appropriated a performance agreement with Stone. That's between the city and Stone. So we know that appropriation, and we also know that that appropriation and that performance grant is tied to Phase 2. And that if not completed, then somehow that performance agreement is null and void, and who is then responsible for it. Same thing goes with the Governor Opportunity Fund, except for the fact that that $5 million grant is $4 million for Phase 1 and $1 million for Phase 2. So my question goes to, well, what if the city, as it goes to subject to appropriation, which is the language in all of these, does not finance the construction of Phase 2? What if? And the question then becomes, if there's a future council in 2 years that says we didn't like that deal, we're not going to finance it, how does it flow through all the other contracts? How does it flow through a lease that the city council is not authorized to approve and review that hasn't been negotiated yet? And those are the questions that I frankly would like to ask, because as I hear John Beliles and others say, well, there's no obligation, but there is in some way because the interconnectedness of the legal documents. And I think, subject to appropriation is a really tricky item. And at the moment, I had a concern that went back to how the EDA worked on the Redskins training camp. It was appropriated $10 million. The construction ultimately was $11 million. Where's the subject to appropriation clause and its applicability there? And I just don't think that has come forth. Talking to the city attorney, they're not drafting the lease, as far as I'm aware. The EDA has hired an outside lawyer, which is perfectly fine. But we had a conversation earlier about does the EDA even have money to hire outside lawyers? So if the EDA has no money to hire outside lawyers and all of their funding is subject to appropriation, what appropriation authorized the hiring of the attorneys to complete this deal? And that might be a question for you, Mr. Johnson, but I'm struggling right now to understand where the council oversight is and where the boundaries are stretched. So if you'd like to answer that one for me about the appropriation and where the bill is going to be paid for these attorneys.
Right. Well, you asked a lot of questions, all kind of funneling into perhaps what's one final question. We can go through them kind of piecemeal, or I think we can get just down to the end, which I think is what you're really looking for by all those. Am I right that you're really looking to the end question?
I am looking for the subject to appropriation, and if the council does not approve Phase 2 at some later time, which is in its right to do under all these contracts, how does that basically tie into the performance agreement and in the lease that the EDA is in negotiations?
Well, I would say that it's the full expectation that by all the parties at the table that the city will come forth with that funding. And if the city elects down the road at some point in time not to, then it will be the responsibility of the EDA to provide alternate funding.
But the EDA doesn't have a revenue source at the present time to come up with the alternate funding, which is the dilemma that we have, because it then falls back onto the city to fully fund our EDA and the obligations that you set for the city.
Well, I would respectfully disagree in the sense of by the time that happens, the Phase 1 project will be completed. There'll be revenue coming from the Phase 1 project, and the Phase 2 project will be effectively a construction and process, a CIP transaction, which will provide an additional revenue stream from that situation. So we'll have whatever cash flow may be available from Phase 1 in addition to the cash flow from Phase 2 to secure alternate funding in the unfortunate choice that might be necessary.
So this goes to the revenue from the leases and the rate.
As does the funding for Phase 1.
Right. And so what I'm hearing now is, well, phase 2 could be funded by the excess revenue that comes in from the lease constant, potentially, if the city does not appropriate the funds.
Well, from the phase 2 revenue plus any excess that would be there. And because there'll be additional revenue coming off of the additional funding coming from the phase 2 construction.
Right.
That'll be an additional lease or an amendment to the existing lease.
Right. And I guess the question then goes, and it goes back to how we structure these types of things. So, it seems to me to take the risk off the city if the EDA were to finance this through a lease revenue bond. It wouldn't go to the city necessarily. And in that regard, the EDA would be issuing the debt. The EDA would be obligated for the debt if there was a default. Whereas by issuing the general obligation bond, the default goes onto the city. And in many ways, when you talk about debt capacity and the way that the credit rating agencies look at it, at least the lease revenue bond is a arm's length away.
And I would say, as is the initial bonds for phase 1, as would the initial bonds be phase 2, an arm's length away. And that these are non-essential buildings such as schools, libraries, and so forth. And I think Mr. Jackson can speak to that with more detail than I. That the revenues, independently funded revenues to non-essential building structures are not going to count toward the bond cap the same way that a normal school bond or other bond would count. So those are a separate revenue source into a separate issue. With
exception of a default, and then it does. So that's the city is still on the hook. So I appreciate the comment there.
Well, it would affect caps, though, which is very significant.
And I know I have limited time, so I think the other component that needs some clarification is there's been a lot of statement about a $73 million investment. $31 million of that is proposed to be financed through general obligation bonds, 23 from the first phase, 8 million from the second phase, and then there is $10 million worth of grants. Those grants aren't getting paid back. Or $5 million in grants coming from the Governor's Opportunity Fund, which is on tonight's agenda. We've already approved our $2 million performance agreement, which is a grant, not to necessarily be paid back. And then we're doing other in-kind. So I think it's important for people to not kind of gloss over people saying, oh, this is just a loan, it's going to be repaid. Technically, there's at least $7 million that's a grant. And then if you look at $73 million, I just see that it's the $32 million private investment. So I think it's important to distinguish between the what is being publicly financed or issued through a grant versus what is the private investment. And the last thing that I'll have to say is there's been a lot of talk to the community and a lot about the need to hire folks from Fulton and give job training. But we need to make sure that those programs are set up and running, because there is a real risk of folks not getting through the pipeline in time to get hired. And I know there's been conversations that we're going to work to have these pipelines, but those conversations haven't happened broadly enough yet to ease my concern about them happening. So I'll just say, you go and you talk to the other side of the equation and they feel that they have not been communicated with, and it's time to take we're in a non-disclosure phase. The non-disclosure phase needs to go away pretty immediately. So,
once we are through the papers that we need to get through so that we can finalize the lease, that's where the non-disclosures, that's what we're moving forward as swiftly as we can to get past the non-disclosure phase. And the workforce training programs throughout the state, and I used to work for the state, so I've been in nearly every locality through the state. When the state's involved and our local workforce is involved, that is a very tight training program that's worked for industries throughout Virginia and in all different areas to make sure that when the doors open on a business, that the workforce is trained to be there. So we not only have our extremely effective workforce across the street, but we also have the state behind us as well. So the workforce is fully covered by several programs with a strong track record of being ready when the doors open.
Yeah, I hear you. I think the concern that I mostly get. And I'm not trying to bring badness to the Stone project, but for a council to say, well, you're in this non-disclosure phase until the EDA can sign a lease, but the council is kind of being kept out of the disclosure part because the EDA has to work on the lease, and we don't have ultimate approval of that, yet we're obligating to spend all this money, and I think that's asking somebody to leap in with blind faith that all of this will be reasonable and fair to the public expectation when it settles out. So, thank you, Council President.
Yes, sir. Other questions by other council members? All right. Gentlemen, thank you guys again for stepping up and to answer questions. Ladies and gentlemen, that being the case, I would now like for the clerk to call the question as to these three papers, please.
Council is voting on item number 35, ordinance number 2014-228, item 36, ordinance number 2014-233, and item number 39, ordinance number 2014-246. Mr. Beliles?
Aye.
Ms. Graziano?
Aye.
Ms. Mosby?
Aye.
Mr. Agelasto?
Abstain.
Mr. Hilbert?
Aye.
Ms. Trammell?
Abstain.
Ms. Newbill?
Aye.
Vice President Robertson?
Aye.
President Samuels?
Aye.
Those three papers have been adopted.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. We still have a little bit more to go on the regular agenda. Can we go to the next paper available to us, please? I believe it's going to be paper number 40. Is that correct?
Item number 42.
I'm sorry, I'm happy to go to item number 42. But I think we do still have number 40 unless Mr. Beliles has asked for it to be continued.
She can go.
Yeah, that's going to be amended.
Oh, you're absolutely right. I'm
Amend and vote.
It's going to be amended. 42.
42.
Folks, excuse me, Madam Clerk. Folks, thank you all so much for coming down to play a role in this. We really appreciate it. We do still have some other business. If you could exit quietly and speak in the hallway, I'd greatly appreciate that kindness. Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Yes, item number 42 is resolution number 2014-R248. That's to establish a policy that the council intends to appropriate on an annual basis up to $2,500,000 collected from real estate taxes to pay the debt service on bonds issued for capital improvements to school facilities occupied by the school board of the city of Richmond. That paper is before you.
Thank you very much. Vice President Robertson, this was originally your paper. It's picked up Ms. Newsbill, Ms. Mosby, Mr. Hilbert along the way, and it wasn't clear if Mr. Agelasto joined in. Would you like to give a brief introduction?
I'd like to know if Mr. Agelasto's joined in, then we won't have to go through that. Yes, thank you, Mr. President. As has been stated previously today, this afternoon by some of our citizens that have come down as well that have expressed an interest in our priorities and the need for us to address the facilities of our school system. What this paper does is request that the administration look at ways by which we can capitalize the expense of addressing our facilities for Richmond Public Schools by allowing up to $2.5 million to cover debt services. It does not, that is a cap. It does not mean that we would actually need that amount, but what this paper requests is the administration get back to us by the 31st of January with a detailed plan from schools as it relates to the needs for facility improvements, maintenance, as well as their plan for the need for additional facilities and perhaps taking schools offline as well. The paper does not limit the different options that may be used to fund the repairs and the building of facilities for schools. However, it does require that that detailed plan is supported on an annual basis so that we will know exactly what the cost will be based on the financing tool that would be recommended. That paper should come back to us with the plan, if this paper is adopted tonight, by the end of January, which will help us in our preparation and our planning for the next budget year, and will position us to be effective in addressing the needs of our Richmond public school system.
Thank you, Vice President.
I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Vice President Robertson. Are there questions from council members regarding Vice President Robertson's paper? All right. Seeing none, just for the edification of no public citizen that's still here. Vice President, for the TV audience at home, how does this affect our debt rating, our bond capacity, our bond rating?
At the present time, I have had meetings with the administration. Certainly, our bond rating is something that's extremely important to us as it relates to our debt ceiling. The proposal that will come back to us will address any financial challenges, if there are any. The fact that the paper allows up to a certain debt capacity, we will certainly know for certain based on, and I would question if the administration come back with a recommendation of how we can finance our school needs, that would create a negative impact on our bond rating. I have greater interest of faith in our administration that we are quite aware of where we are as it relates to our debt ceiling. I believe that schools is one of this council's top priorities. I do not think that there's anyone on this council that wants to be confronted with the outcry that we received last year of students walking from their schools down here to tell us that we did not care about what kind of facilities we provide for them. And as we talk about poverty in the city of Richmond, as we talk about community development in the city of Richmond, as we talk about as citizens come here and raise concerns about their abilities to be able to put their children in our school system, I think the return on this investment is probably the greatest investment that we can make as this council. And certainly I rely upon the administration when they bring the report back to us, which will ultimately lead us in making a determination as to what funding is necessary to cover the capital expense, that issues such as debt capacity and impact on bonding will be addressed.
You don't believe the policy itself then is going to cause heartburn with the bond rating agencies?
I don't. No, I can't imagine that any recommendation from the administration.
Oh, I mean the policy itself, not whatever they recommend back. No. Okay. And have you cleared that with bond counsel or with Davenport or anybody?
We have met. I have met with Davenport. I've met with budget office, and I have not. I have no reason to be concerned that would be the case.
Okay. Any other questions for Ms. Graziano? For Vice President Robertson? Sorry, I was looking right at you when I said it.
We look alike.
Any other questions? Seeing none. Those that wish to speak in opposition to this paper, please step forward. Those that wish to speak in support of this paper, please step forward. Bring it back to council for any discussion.
Mr. President.
Mr. Hilbert.
Thank you. I'm a co-patron of this paper, and let me tell you why. We have, at various times around 900 East Broad Street here at City Hall, we talk about money, we talk about plan. We don't have a plan, therefore we're not going to fund anything. We fund something, but we don't have a plan. Well, in my humble estimation, if we say we're going to fund this and we're going to come up with a plan, not that there isn't a plan at all, but we've got a few options in front of us, I believe that it says a statement from this council that we are serious about funding our schools, about providing the best facilities that we can under the debt obligations of the city, but that this is a statement that we're going to do this. We've heard from folks who were not supportive of this previous economic development plan that we aren't talking about schools, that we aren't talking about, we've got money for this, but we don't have it for that. Well, it seems to me that a support for this resolution will say that we will have this money, that we're going up to this level. If we find other sources, which we have been given some today, of different financing, this doesn't obligate us to do that, but it says a statement that we are going to fund the repairs needed for our schools, that we can do both economic development and construction of new schools, which I might add here next month will be the opening of the first high school built in the city in 4 decades. So we are moving forward. This is a statement saying we're going to continue to move forward, and I hope my colleagues support it. To vote no on this paper will send the wrong signal to the city that we are not willing to step out for our children. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Hilbert. Any other comments? Dr. Newbill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I certainly concur with my colleague. The up to $2.5 million gives us the flexibility to look at certainly any creative responses that allow us to save and not have to impact our debt service in terms of current maintenance repair needs, which are critical. They're just non-negotiable. They need to happen, and we need to figure out how to do that. The other equally as important component for me has to do with beginning a plan of action relative to new construction. I could probably find my seat in my old high school if I tried hard. That's how old our facilities are. And it is unacceptable as we began to move into 2015 and beyond that we don't have school facilities that also coincide with the academic components, curriculums, et cetera, that allow us to move to the creation of centers of innovation and excellence, which is what we want for not some, but for all of our children. And so I absolutely support this paper. I certainly look forward to any options that come back that allow us to reduce the amount, whether it's energy savings, et cetera. But I'm also looking for us to have an authentic conversation about new construction moving forward as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Newbill. All right, Madam Clerk, would you please call?
Council is voting on item number 42, resolution number 2014-R248. Mr. Beliles?
Aye.
Ms. Graziano?
Aye.
Ms. Mosby?
Aye.
Mr. Aguilesto?
Aye.
Mr. Hilbert?
Aye.
Ms. Trammell?
Aye.
Ms. Newbill?
Aye.
Vice President Robertson?
Aye.
President Samuels?
Aye.
That paper has been adopted.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, I believe we can now move on to our motions to amend.
Yes, we have one, and that's for item 40, resolution number 2014-R156, to support efforts by the Economic Development Authority to negotiate with the desired intent to acquire 103 Amber Street, 1601 East Gray Street, 1600, 1604, 1606, and 1610 East Franklin Street, 200, 208, 212, 214, 220, and 222 North 17th Street, 1715 East Gray Street, 300, 400, and 510 Oliver Hill Way, 101 North 17th Street, 207 North 18th Street, 1800 East Gray Street, and 1609 East Franklin Street, to develop facilities for commercial enterprises in order to promote economic development in Shockoe Bottom and the city. The proposed amendment to that paper is as follows. Page 2, line 22, after the word city, insert a comma and the words pursuant to rigorous, open, and transparent community engagement process for the future development of Shockoe Bottom. I will need a motion to accept the proposed amendment to that paper as presented. Councilman?
So moved. Parker Agilesto.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Council is voting on the amendment to as presented for item number 40, ordinance number 20, resolution number 2014-R 156. Mr. Beliles?
Aye.
Ms. Graziano?
Aye.
Ms. Mosby?
Aye.
Mr. Agilesto?
Aye.
Mr. Hilbert?
Aye.
Ms. Trammell?
Aye.
Ms. Newbill?
Aye.
Vice President Robertson?
Aye.
President Samuels?
Aye.
That paper is before you.
Thank you. This is a paper that Mr. Beliles is patron. Mr. Beliles, do you want to take a moment to introduce the paper?
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, we had a vigorous discussion about this at an informal, and for the public's edification, this is simply a paper to encourage the Economic Development Authority to find a purchase price for the properties identified in the area of Shockoe Bottom that were part of same parcels that were included in the revitalized RVA plan, which had a 40-year lease for the properties. The intention of this is to offer the city another option to purchase the properties and assemble for development. It is merely a suggestion that we ask the EDA. The EDA has put in a lot of work last year. The property's been appraised. It's had environmental review. It's had other considerations. So the distance from point A to point B from a lease price to a purchase price should not be too extensive. Most of the deals that we've seen the EDA bring before us are deals that are packaged and already put together by the time we receive them. And this is an opportunity for us as council to be involved with initiating some economic development activity. We know that a lot of Shockoe Bottom needs to be developed. The slave heritage site is already owned by the city. The other parcels that are identified in this resolution would create the opportunity to do what didn't happen last year, which is a vigorous community engaged process. I thank Ms. Robertson for wanting to add the amendment to this to make sure that whatever happens, the community is engaged and offered an opportunity to have their input before anything is decided. Sometimes it's better to lease, sometimes it's better to buy, sometimes it's better not to do anything. The city could do all three options or have one of three options. But last year and earlier this year, we were afforded only one option with a plan that was not very open and transparent. And this is just the first step in correcting that. And I think that the council is interested in working with Economic Development Authority and the administration to propose economic development that makes sense for wherever it is, whether it's on Midlothian Turnpike or Jeff Davis Highway. The reason I believe these parcels are important is they could be purchased by VCU at some point, and if that is the case, they will not produce tax revenue for the city. I think the opportunity to look at buying the land and figuring out exactly how to incentivize it for private development later is a way to go that involves the community. And again, it's just a first step, but I think we need to move and do something rather than let Shockoe continue to sit as it is. Thank you.
Are there those in the audience tonight that wish to speak in support or opposition to this paper? All right, bring it back to council for any discussion. I saw Ms. Robertson's hand and Ms. Mosby. Ms. Mosby, Ms. Robertson yields her time to you, but wants it back in a minute.
Okay. I am just wanting to bring some clarity to, I intend to support your paper. However, when something comes, I need us to be diligent enough to know that their heritage site means a lot. And I need it on our forefront of our minds.
Absolutely. And I think, Mr. President, if I may, we took the first step by adding the $5 million last budget cycle. And I think, if anything, that this will facilitate something happening. And I think everybody here supports that.
Ms. Roberts.
Good job on the minute, Councilwoman Mosley. I've had, I really have mixed emotion about this, and I've attempted to try to get some additional information in regards to it. I want to thank Mr. Blouse for the amendment. I just want to make sure that the amendment that is added to this language is understood, and I guess I need the attorney to help me to bring clarity to the amendment as to whether or not that this council is requesting that a economic development strategy for redevelopment of Shockoe Bottom which includes citizens' engagement. We've had, as you said earlier, Mr. Blouse, and ever since I've been on this council, we've been dealing with an economic development strategy for Shockoe Bottom, and we've spent a lot of time on this, and it appears that each time a development strategy comes to us, we end up spending months and months, but we don't get past this. And I really believe, and I think very strong, I support very strongly comments that were made earlier as it relates to the criteria that we use when we put together development deals, the weight that we place on what has been in the proposed city master plan. And I think that we desperately need a master plan for Shockoe Bottom. I think that the legislation that we adopted earlier this afternoon or evening in regards to the economic development strategy for Shockoe Bottom is a good plan, but it does not address the heritage site. It does not address the land that you are speaking, that this paper addresses. And it does not address a lot of the other needs that we know that have been discussed in different other development deals or proposed development deals for Shockoe Bottom. And so, whereas I'm not really sure that the amendment is clear to the extent that it makes it absolutely clear that we want a citizen engagement master plan for the Shockoe Bottom area to be presented and adopted, that the citizens are engaged in that process prior to any intent of assembling additional land. And so I'm hopeful that this amendment accomplished that objective. Mr. Attorney.
Ma'am, Madam Vice President, as I read the original language and the amending language, the amending language that calls for a community engagement process applies to the listed properties, not Shockoe as an area, but rather the listed properties, and their potential use as a facility for a commercial enterprise of an unspecified type, but which is language that's used to describe a project that the Economic Development Authority has the legal power to develop. So I would view the language as calling for the kind of process that I think you have in mind based on what you said. The only reservation I would suggest is that it is limited to these properties rather than Shaco as a whole.
Would you like me to address that?
Would you?
I'd be happy to. Again, we don't have to purchase the properties where the slave heritage site are. That process can begin at any time as far as community engagement. We can easily incorporate that with these properties should they be acquired. Should they not be acquired by the city, some other entity, then we still need to have a community engagement process with the slave heritage site and whoever ends up controlling these properties. I don't see how anybody would want to take control of these properties without some type of community engagement, whether it's attached to the slave heritage site or not. If I also may, Mr. President, there are two properties, one property behind the Exxon, and then the one property, the skinny property along the east side of Main Street Station that the city owns that are not included in this either. But since those other properties weren't included in this because they didn't need to be because the city already owns them, they weren't subject to the amended language. But they are adjacent to these properties, and the whole idea is to assemble the properties so you can develop them together rather than piecemeal. And any movement forward would require participation.
May I respond? Mm-hmm. And Mr. Blas, I'd like to support this paper, and I've shared that with you. But I do think that we cannot develop this site in isolation to just a few parcels of land, and the development strategy that needs to be put together in support of the economic development strategy that was presented to us on Monday for the train station, for the farmers market. It also needs to include other land that we currently own, and one of the Achilles heels to the development of this location is the heritage site. And at the present time, I don't know that we have any sense of what is going to be done there, how that is going to be included in the larger plan. It was not a part of the presentation that was made to us for the economic development strategy that we adopted tonight. And I think the absence of a more, and I don't mean Shaco Bottom as in the boundaries of the community, but the boundaries of the development site that we are reasonably aware of what that is. I think that's critically important to the process. And so I do think that perhaps we need to be absolutely clear that we are incorporating that entire boundaries of the proposed development that we'd like to see.
And I'd be happy to co-patron a resolution with that. I don't think there's a whole lot of time to waste in just asking the EDA since they've already done most of the work. And we did earlier tonight on the consent agenda pass approval of the Shaco revitalization strategy as even though it's 3 years old, that whole study area went all the way down to Rockets. Mm-hmm. It was the entirety of Shaco Bottom, including Main Street Station, including the slave heritage site before there was the plan that we allocated money for last year. So I think clearly nothing moves quickly. But I think asking the EDA to go ahead and try and come back with something sooner rather than later is not going to hurt the city or the development process or the community engagement. I mean, if we push this off to January, it could be February before everything gets ironed out, and that's, you know, we've got some time because the EDA has already done a lot of the legwork.
Ms. Graziano.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just guess I want to concur with Ms. Robertson in terms of the EDA coming back to us with what an appropriate price would be, because one of the things, we have a lot of public engagement. If the public sees this as a heritage site, which we clearly want to have there, and as a wonderful park, then that would help us in our decision in terms of whether or not we want to purchase the property. We clearly, to me, we don't want to purchase that property for a huge amount of money without being assured by community planning that what we're going to put in there is going to generate some revenue. So I think that what the public sees as being a good use for that property is going to help us influence, should help influence us in terms of whether or not we would want to purchase it. So I think that public input is very important, because it could be that the final price is $18 million and what the public wants is a park. Well, that would be nice, but clearly that would be a very expensive park.
So, Ms. Graziano, you don't want them to negotiate for a purchase price to see what it would cost?
No, what I'm saying is, in conjunction with knowing what the price would be, we need to have the public input in knowing how the public envisions that, so that we make sure that we are not spending a huge amount of money for something that will not return us revenue.
Right.
I think that's an important piece.
I must have misunderstood this. Mr. Blas, does this mandate the EDA buy the property?
No. Maybe I'm not making
we
myself
can't
fair.
be spending money for
Let me try one more time. It would be my belief that Mr. Beliles put this paper in because he thinks in the long-term interest of the city, it would be a good idea to buy this property. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Possibly.
If the public comment comes back to us with something which is non-revenue producing or very little revenue producing, then that would put us in a different place in terms of his idea of buying it, as opposed to if the public comes back with saying a revenue-producing use of this property is what we would like. Does that make sense to you?
Yes. You want people to tell you what they want there, absent of what they've said in the downtown master plan.
He's already got it in there for public comment. He just amended it for that.
And...
Correct?
No. That's...
I guess the issue is this. Do we want to come to the community and say, this is what it would cost to buy this property, what do you want there, and then determine if it's worth buying it? Or do you want to say, what do you want there, and then we'll negotiate buying it?
Maybe I've been sitting here and too long and my brain went out the front door. But what I thought Ms. Robertson and I thought Mr. Beliles wanted was a public engagement in the use of that property.
Okay.
That's what I thought I heard.
And I agree with that. I just want to make sure I understand.
Okay.
There.
Didn't I hear that?
That's kind of...
You did say.
Mr. Beliles, am I right in saying you're saying to the EDA, please go out and see how much it would cost to buy this, and then if it's worth it, we'll take it to the public and say, what would you like here?
Correct. Why would we go through a planning process and then only find out the price?
So if we go
I'm not suggesting, if I could just jump in, I'm not suggesting that. But I'm saying that, and maybe I'm not making any sense, but I think Ms. Robertson is hearing me. What I'm saying is that we get a purchase price, we go out to the public with public input on what we want to
With
use.
the purchase price.
We need to have all of that information before we determine whether or not we're going to purchase the property. That's all I'm saying.
I think you and Mr. Beliles agree as to everything except the order. You say we need both the purchase price and what the public wants before we buy it.
Absolutely.
John's saying we need both the purchase price and what the public want before we buy it.
No, what I'm saying is we find out what the price is, and then we pledge to have an open and transparent process, which we have not had in the bottom in quite some time.
I see.
But we haven't purchased. We haven't agreed to purchase.
And this paper does not agree to purchase.
No.
It has no fiscal impact. It simply says here is a price that the owners are willing to sell, and therefore then we promise to enter into the planning process that's open, fair, and transparent. And if it's not a good deal, I agree with Ms. Graziano. If somebody wants a park and it doesn't produce revenue, it costs $30 million, then
we can't afford it.
It's not a good deal unless we, are flush with cash, which right now we're not.
All right, thank you. Any comments from this side? Dr. Newbill.
Okay. What's left? I would like to similarly support the paper. My challenge here is, again, the fact that we're talking about properties that are not city-owned. These are privately owned properties, but they are sitting right beside the city-owned properties that have been subject of discussion in terms of what we do, especially relative to the heritage site. And so they've not to have that be a part of this discussion and the opportunity to talk about those plots, that land, in addition to the possibility of these, and then the process. I think we would be remiss, and we would be coming out of the discussions, the last iteration of usage for that area, and the importance of the heritage site in these discussions, which will help inform and influence what these privately owned might become in relative to that site. And so it's missing that component for me. And if we can amend to accommodate that, I don't know if you'd be open. And just because they're city-owned does not mean that's a reason not to include it. That even more reason, and especially given where we are and the importance of that heritage site and those areas to this whole area and the development thereof.
Any other comments?
Mr. President.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, Dr.
So I would ask whether or not this could be amended to incorporate those plots that are city, so that that discussion then is about the whole.
Again, I'd be happy to join you and Ms. Robertson with the resolution moving that forward. Again, we did it in part tonight, approving a plan that has some relevant aspects from several years ago. But I'd really prefer to move this forward because I don't want to lose another 6 weeks in something that shouldn't take the EDA a significant amount of time, given the work that they've already accomplished with environmental reviews and appraisals and the like. And I'd be happy to craft a broader resolution, especially specific to the slave heritage site, but the other properties as well. And before that even could get introduced, we may find that it's not a viable option. Purchase-wise, the price could be astronomical, or it could be affordable.
Even if the purchase is not a viable option, for me, it is still critical that we talk about that heritage site and the development thereof and how that moves forward. I mean, I
agree. I've supported it every step of the way.
I'm losing my voice here just a little bit. So I guess we're sitting, this is December 8th. In a couple of weeks, we'll all be out for holiday. I'm not sure how much time loss. We have 2 sessions in January, that we couldn't make that amendment so that it can go forward. So we're not waiting, till January.
Well, I think what you're asking for is a little broader than this. I mean, this is focused on the properties we do not own, and somebody else does. And they are critical to establishing development in that area. I think what you are asking for is a broader discussion of development, particularly regards to the slave heritage site.
In the context of this discussion, I mean, these are all properties in close proximity to each other, right in that same.
I understand.
So let me ask this question.
That's what I'm saying.
But the purchase price has nothing to do with the.
Let me ask you guys something. Is there anything in this paper that prohibits a conversation about the properties in Shockoe Bottom city-owned or owned by others in one discussion?
No.
Okay, so we could have that discussion. There's nothing that prevents that. As a resolution, there is no weight of law behind this paper. It's just that we want the EDA to look into how much it would cost to secure the entire area that we're in discussion of. Maybe it's worth it exclusively to purchase it so that we retain the ability to do the archaeological study necessary to preserve what's underneath the ground right now. Maybe it's not worth $30 million for a public park, although with this paper it does suggest that it's for commercial enterprise and not for a public park. At any rate, we need to figure out what the cost is and what the people want. The question is, do we want to do it by having the EDA start by asking or negotiating for a purchase price while we go out separately and ask people what they want? We're allowed to do that under this paper. Do we want to start something tomorrow with the community to have a discussion about what they want down there? This paper doesn't prohibit that one bit. Do we want to ask the EDA to negotiate a price, and if we figure out the price, then we take it to the public and say, this is what it would cost to buy? What do you see as being reasonable for that price? This paper allows for that too. Is that correct?
It is.
So we can have a discussion about the heritage site, which is in other parcels already owned by the city. We can have a discussion about this site, which I believe is a treasure trove of archaeological significance. At the same time, we can separate them should we so desire, but there's nothing prohibiting us from doing these things in tandem. I think I am confused as to why there's a reluctance not to move forward with something that doesn't prohibit us from doing the things we want to do.
Because the amendment doesn't speak to the additional piece being included in the same conversation. I'm just looking at the amendment. It speaks specifically to these parcels, the open, rigorous conversation relative to these without the other. If it did, then we wouldn't be having this discussion. It would be all together. That's all.
Well,
okay. I understand. I understand. Is there any other comment?
Yeah, Mr. President.
Mr. Hilbert.
Let me see here if I can bridge the gap here. I'd be willing to co-patron a paper with whoever would like to join me here in talking about other properties, not the ones involved here, but the other properties in the slave heritage site. And so we can move forward with that. We can do it by expedited consideration, the first meeting in January. And I think that bridges the gap here. What I'm concerned about here, and this whole process has been maddening, but you do something, it's the best way to have an open process is, or the best case scenario is when the city owns the land already. When you look at buying private property, that's when the land speculation comes out there and drives the price up, as we saw with the previous proposal. And so that's what I'm concerned about here is we're focused in on privately owned property, and we're kind of saying to the market, yes, we might be interested in buying this. are these parcels going to transfer to another entity who will want even more money for them? I mean, that's why this whole process should have started with the boulevard. Should have something that we own. We had, that there could have been variances in what could happen as far as cost goes. But by golly, that land price was fixed. And it wasn't when we started out in Shockoe Bottom. It went from 4 to 8, I believe, here. Don't quote me on that, but it certainly went north. So I just want to put that message out there that we have some idea what these properties are worth. So land speculators, beware. We're not obligating ourselves to do anything. But that's why I've unfortunately spent way too much time in real estate finance in my career. And that's why some of these processes have to be done in private, because when you go out and say, we're looking to buy this parcel and make a commitment to it, you drive up the price of the land. And so that's why we should have gone the other way on Shockoe Bottom. I think we can do this now. We're not obligating ourselves to anything. And I've heard loud and clear that we are not transparent enough here at City Hall. And I want to make sure that is part of this process and every process we have going forward and all that emanate from this body. And I hope that, people are just sick and tired of being sick and tired about seeing a lack of transparency down here. So I hope that I believe this is about as transparent as we can get of these are the properties we're looking at. But we don't want to leave behind, I think the most critical part of this is the heritage site and creating a public space there to commemorate and to honor those who, in essence, lost their lives there, the control over their lives and the lives of their families. Certainly the least we could do to honor them. But that's separate, and we can do that. And as I said, I'll be happy to co-patron a paper to do that at our next meeting, and it will be a complement, if you will, to this paper. And it may involve some privately owned properties, may involve some public properties, or we can just draw a district and say everything within this district, we're looking at it. I hope that bridges the gap. Okay, thank you.
Dr. Newbill shakes her head no.
No. It comes close, because the very point that you made, that these properties are probably a treasure trove, that's exactly the case. And so when you start separating it out, I don't think we really do the kind of due diligence to look at the whole, but these privately held, the publicly, and how they would work together, and what would be the master plan for that area. And so that's why I'm pushing, so that it's not a separate conversation. It's part and parcel of this overall conversation. If we're going to amass the land, and we already have some, we're going to amass some, we know that it's incredible historical heritage site, then why would we separate the discussion as opposed to, and there are pieces about price for this, but also how does that tie in with this other piece, how we leverage, it just does not move that whole piece forward. And it's not a major, it's just including that in the conversation. I guess it isn't, it doesn't seem as major an amendment to add that in the discussion, but maybe I'm just missing it.
Thank you, Dr.
I'm just losing my ability.
Mr. President, if I may address that very quickly. The
Yes, sir.
difference is that these properties are privately owned, and some of the other properties may be publicly owned. If you look at a district, we could have more properties that are privately owned. But that's the difference, is that we're going to have to pay money to purchase these other properties that are already owned by either the state or the city. We won't have to spend money on those. The specific purpose for this is to find out what the price is and to open up the process. Right, but that will begin, I believe.
Does anybody object I'm not asking for a vote. I'm just asking if anybody objects to having a public process about the use of these lands in conjunction with the lands the city owns. All right. Any other comments before we call the question? Seeing none. Madam Clerk. Yes, ma'am. We can't hear you.
Are you suggesting that this amendment would... You said you asked if anyone objected.
Does anybody object to having the public process, right, the public discussion, include the city-owned parcels as well as these?
Right, but that's not what this currently says. So are you suggesting that we do...
I'm asking if anybody objects to having those two discussions together as one discussion, and nobody seems to object to that.
Right.
Great.
I don't think we were. So, but this doesn't get us to that piece of it.
This doesn't get us to that piece of it. It doesn't need to. We all agree we're going to do it that way.
We'll change our mind like the wind. Come on, Charles.
If that's the case, then your resolution you should be very concerned about, Ms. Robertson. Now then.
May I ask the patron another question, please?
Yes.
Before you call for the vote. Mr. Blouse, I think that, first of all, I want to say that I know that you've continued this paper 1,000 times, and I know we want to move forward with it. And I think we need to do something of this nature to make sure that we can move forward with the development in Shaka Bottom. It's very important to me that we get something mapped out with citizens' engagement in the process prior to us giving the community the impression again that we may have some secret deal that we're trying to put together as the reason why we want to move forward with negotiation of cost of land and create. I mean, the speculation is so high as it relates to this, and I think it's extremely important that we build trust through this process as we go through it again. Because we're going into the holiday season, the amendment to the paper is not quite what I would like for it to be. I think that the intent, as the attorney has affirmed, is there. Would it be too much of a hardship for us to try to clean that amendment up to this paper and have it for action at the first meeting in January?
I would prefer to finally put this to the council tonight rather than wait. Again, Mr. Hilbert has indicated that he would patron an expedited resolution affirming support for development of the larger parcels. I think, this, as Mr. Hilbert said, it's been made very clear people want transparent. This is the first step in an open process, a transparent process. If this council wants to be involved in economic development, I think we need to make that clear to the public. And if we don't, then, I'm not going to have my feelings hurt if you don't support the vote tonight. I would ask the president to call the question.
Madam Clerk, call the question, please.
Council is voting on item number 40, resolution number 2014-R156 as amended. Mr. Beliles?
Aye.
Ms. Graziano?
Aye.
Ms. Mosby?
Aye.
Mr. Agelosto?
Aye.
Mr. Hilbert?
Aye.
Ms. Trammell?
Aye.
Ms. Newbill? Vice President Robertson?
Aye.
President Samuels?
Aye.
That paper has been adopted.
Thank you. Are there other motions to amend?
No, that was the only one. We have 4 expedited consideration papers.
Is there any objection to expediting them all at once, and then we will discuss them individually? Madam Clerk.
First is resolution number 2014-R250. That's to approve an expenditure in the amount of $1,890 from the council district funds for the 8th district to provide funding to Richmond Public Library for 3 laptops for the Broad Rock Library. Next is resolution number 2014-R251 to adopt the City of Richmond Affordable Housing Trust Fund guidelines for governing the use of the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. In resolution number 2014-R252, to designate 2501 West Broad Street as a revitalization area pursuant to Virginia Code Section 36-55.30.2. And resolution number 2014-R253, to adopt the rules of procedure pursuant to Richmond City Charter, Section 4.06, effective from January 1, 2015 to January 30, 2015. I will need a motion for expedited consideration of those papers. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you. Council is voting on Councilwoman Newbill's motion for expedited consideration of the papers as stated. Mr. Beliles?
Aye.
Ms. Graziano? Aye. Ms. Mosby?
Aye.
Mr. Agilesto?
Aye.
Mr. Hilbert?
Aye.
Ms. Trammell?
Aye.
Ms. Newbill? Vice President Robertson?
Aye.
President Samuels?
Aye.
Those papers are before you.
Thank you. Unless there's any objection, I'd like to call up the Affordable Housing Trust Fund first. I feel like it's the least I could do for Mr. Salzberg.
Thanks for staying with us.
Good evening. I'm Dan Cohen. I'm Senior Project Manager with the City of Richmond. On April 28th, City Council requested and approved that the CAO's office prepare regulations, operational policies, and procedures to allow the city to go forward to implement the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. That is what you have before you today. I've personally worked with the Affordable Housing Advisory Board. I've worked through the City Attorney's Office, which is why there's to make sure that these regulations meet the terms of all the prior ordinances in the code. And I want to let you know these regulations, really what they do is they discuss acceptable projects, they discuss the allowable activities, and they discuss the selection process under which the administration will make recommendations for selections of projects to what is now called the Affordable Housing Oversight Board.
Thank you. Are there any questions? All right. Seeing none, thank you, sir.
Surely.
Are there those in the audience tonight that wish to speak in opposition to this paper? Are there those in the audience tonight that wish to speak in support of this paper?
Nice to be back. My name is Steve Salzberg. I am on the board of an organization called RISK, Richmond Evolved to Strengthen Our Communities, and I am the RISK representative on the Oversight Board. And I'm here tonight to support the guidelines, but I have a couple of comments I'd like to make. The guidelines have gone through several revisions. The current ones that you're seeing today have not been available until today. And it's expanded beyond previous drafts we've seen. So I'm quite sure that the Oversight Board will request changes once we've used it for the current project cycle, because this is something we have to work through. So expect the Oversight Board to come back to make recommendations for some changes. The guidelines describe how the Affordable Housing Trust Fund is to be used and allocated, and the roles of the Office of Community and Economic Development, as well as the role of the Oversight Board. It's intended to provide checks and balances as the process proceeds this year. Having said that, I fully support its passage this evening. The city received 15 proposals totaling $3 million in requests. And some of these proposals and requests need to get funding quickly. But moreover, for the trust fund to succeed this year, we need to move forward quickly. So I encourage you so that the Oversight Board can start to significantly and realistically do its work and get the funding out to the city so that affordable housing can start to be constructed and supported. I strongly encourage you to support and pass the guidelines that presented to you today.
Thank you very much, sir. Are there anyone else want to speak about this? Bring it back to council for any further discussion? Madam Clerk, please call the question.
Council is voting on resolution number 2014-R251. Mr. Blouses?
Aye.
Ms. Graziano?
Aye.
Ms. Mosby?
Aye.
Mr. Agelesto?
Aye.
Mr. Hilbert?
Aye.
Ms. Trammell?
Aye.
Ms. Newbill? Vice President Robertson?
Aye.
President Samuels?
Aye.
That paper has been adopted.
Thank you. Can we please do the rules to adopt the rules of procedure for City Council?
Sure, that.
Actually, I take it back. Is there any objection by council members if we call all three of the remaining ones together? I mean, there's no one here to speak about it, it would appear. All right. Madam Clerk, can we call them all three?
Okay, you'd like me to read them again, or?
No, unless we're required to by law, which I do not believe we are. Let's just move on to public comment. Folks, the three papers that we're speaking about are to approve an expenditure in the amount of $1,890 from the 8th District Council District funds to designate the property known as 2501 West Broad Street as a revitalization area, and to adopt rules of procedure for City Council to be effective January 1st, 2015. Are there those in the audience tonight that wish to speak in support or opposition to these papers? Bringing it back to Council for any discussion.
Mr. President?
Ms. Trammell.
Yes. I'd like to say that I want to give the $1,890 for 3 laptop computers for the Broad Rock Library, because on Sundays and all during the week it's used so much. And I know that I've been asked by some of the citizens in the district because they don't have enough computers. So that's why I've asked to have the paper expedited so they could do their study and all that with these new computers. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Any other comment? Mr. Hilbert?
I need to abstain on the revitalization of 2501 West Broad Street, and I have already signed the paperwork on that.
Yes, sir. Any other comments? Madam Clerk, please call the question.
Council is voting on resolution number 2014-R250, resolution number 2014-R253, and resolution number 2014-R252. Mr. Blouses?
Aye.
Ms. Graziano?
Aye.
Ms. Mosby?
Aye.
Mr. Agelesto?
Aye.
Mr. Hilbert?
Aye, except for the 2501 West Broad Street paper, which I abstain.
Okay. Ms. Trammell?
Aye.
Ms. Newbill? Vice President Robertson?
Aye.
President Samuel?
Aye.
Those papers have been adopted.
All right, folks. That's good news. I believe we have come to the point of approval of minutes. We got to get there.
The minutes for approval this evening is informal for Monday, November 10th at 4, the formal Monday, November 10th at 6, and the special meeting for Monday, November 24th. And we have a motion from Ms. Graziano and seconded by Mr. Blouses. So council is now voting on the minutes as provided. Mr. Blouses?
Aye.
Ms. Graziano?
Aye.
Ms. Mosby?
Aye.
Mr. Agelesto?
Aye.
Mr. Hilbert?
Aye.
Ms. Trammell?
Aye.
Ms. Newbill?
Aye.
Vice President Robertson?
Aye.
President Samuel?
Aye.
Minutes has been approved.
Thank you very much. Reports and announcements. You guys take as long as you want. It is 10:06. Who wants to go first? Mr. Blouses? Ms. Graziano.
All right, my report for tonight for my is to say, since we will not be in session again until the first of the year, I hope everybody has happy holidays, Merry Christmas, and a Happy New Year, and I hope everybody's safe and able to be with their families. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Graziano. Mr. Blouses. Ms. Mosby. Ms. Mosby.
I just want us to be reminded that we do not have a regularly scheduled 9th District meeting this month, but we do have the 9th District annual Christmas party tomorrow that Ms. Alma Moore hosts at the Southside Social Services Building at 6 o'clock p.m. at 4100 Hull Street Road in Conference Room A. Please take note of the cold weather shelter located in the Public Safety Building at 505 North 9th Street. Single adults, Commonwealth Catholic Charity, homeless point of entry is where you would go. Happy holidays. I can be reached at Michelle.Mosby at richmondgov.com or you can reach me at 646-2779 or 804-912-6465. Happy holidays to you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Beliles.
Thank you, Mr. President. Next First District Town Hall meeting won't be until the new year, January 27th, which is a Tuesday at 6 p.m. at Albert Hill. And I also extend happy holidays, Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, Happy New Year, whatever you want to celebrate in the next 30 days. I hope you have fun. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Beliles. Moving around to the other side, Dr. Newbill.
Thank you, Mr. President. We will not have a district meeting in December in the 7th District, and I'd simply like to extend best wishes for a happy holiday season to all 7th District residents as well as residents of the city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, looking for volunteers. Mr. Agelasto.
Thank you, Council President. I just want to invite all the residents and business owners of the 5th District. We'll be having our holiday party at the Virginia War Memorial this coming Wednesday, December the 10th, and I look forward to having everybody come and share some fellowship. It'll be quite casual. We'll review kind of what's happened over the course of the last year and a half, and I welcome everybody to join us, and I thank my colleagues on council who have accepted the invitation to join us as well. And Happy New Year, Merry Christmas to all, and we'll see you in 2015.
Thank you very much, Mr. Agelasto. Mr. Hilbert?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. The 3rd District will not have a December district meeting. We will resume meetings on the 4th Wednesday of January. That'll be January the 28th. Our meeting will be at the Partnership for Families North Side, located at 800 West Graham Road. The meeting will start at 6 o'clock. That's 6 o'clock on January the 28th, 2015 at 800 West Graham Road, the Partnership for Families North Side. If you have any further questions about that or would like to receive district announcements from an email blast, please send your email address to lisa.towns@richmondgov.com or call her at 804-646-6055. I'd also ask that those who are contacting me via email regarding city business, send that to chris.hilbert@richmondgov.com. The next Education and Human Services Committee will be held at Council Chambers next Wednesday, December the 17th at 5 o'clock. There'll be no presentations, but the committee will be considering 3 papers that have been referred to us. Thank you, Mr. President. Happy holidays, and we'll see everyone next year.
Thank you, Mr. Hilbert. Ms. Trammell, it's you or Ms. Robertson? Ms. Trammell, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, let me just say this. There will not be a public safety meeting on December the 23rd of December. We're going to cancel that one. Our next public safety meeting will be on Tuesday, January 27th, right here in the council chambers. I'd like to say congratulations to Capitol Garage. From 1984 to 2014, they had 30 years of service, and they've always kept their business in the city of Richmond, and they are in the 8th District. Their new location is 3022 Jefferson Davis Highway, and I'd like to thank Mr. and Mrs. Woodson for all the great things that they have done to help the citizens in the 8th District. Again, we just celebrated Friday, December the 5th, their 30-year anniversary for being in business, the Capitol Garage. Also, last Thursday, December the 4th, I was able to attend the 25 years of history with L. Douglas Wilder, who used to be the first African-American governor in the city of Richmond, and also the mayor, the first elected mayor in the city of Richmond. And Governor Terry McAuliffe declared Friday as Governor L. Douglas Wilder's Day. So maybe it'll be every year. But anyway, we celebrated 25 years with him, and there was a lot of love in that room, and you could tell that the people really respected him. And there was also some governors there, and Governor Beliles was not able to be there, but he sent a video and spoke very highly of L. Douglas Wilder. And also Mrs. Holton, Senator Tim Kaine's wife. Her father was not able to be there, and she spoke on his behalf. Also, Governor George Allen, Governor Jim Gilmore was there, and they spoke. And like I said, Congressman Bobby Scott, I believe he spoke, and there was many senators there. I did see Senator Donald McEachin and also Senator Rosalind Dance, and it was just so many people there, just so many people celebrating his legacy. So we thank him for all the things that he's done in the state of Virginia and in the city of Richmond. Going to have a meeting. It's going to be, what did I do with it? It's going to be Thursday, December the 18th. That's next Thursday, December the 18th, from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. at the Satellite, 4000 block of Jefferson Davis. Anthony McLean, who we love very much, he's the Deputy Director of Richmond Department of Fire Emergency. He will be attending our meeting and talk to us about storms and the winter months coming up and how to prepare for if your lights go out and things like that. Also, David Green, the Chief Executive Officer with GRTC, he will be attending, and also a representative from Dominion Power. And also our police officers and our firefighters, they will be attending with us. And Senator Rosalind Dance and Senator Donald McEachin will be attending our meeting next Thursday, December the 18th. I also would like to thank Congressman Bobby Scott, who attended our meeting last month, November the 20th, unannounced. He attended our meeting, and the citizens were very grateful that he attended so they could tell him some of the issues that were going on the Jefferson Davis corridor, also in the city of Richmond in the 8th District. Let's see. Also, I'd like to thank Governor Terry McAuliffe. I think my colleague Parker, you spoke about it earlier, about the memorial that he did, the first one in Virginia, right, in Richmond. And what was it, like from the first responders. And their names are all put on the wall. I believe it's, 700 I forgot my notes. I don't have my notes with me, but it was 700 that had been killed, first responders in the line of duty. But I thank him for doing that because that was something very, very special. This right here is your free smoke alarm. If you call 646-1526, that's 646-1526, the firefighters will come to your home. They will not leave this. They will install this smoke alarm for you for free. And these smoke alarms save your life. But you must have a working one for it to work. And if you need a battery, those firefighters will put the battery in your smoke alarm. And if you need two, they'll put two up for you. So please give them a call, 646-1526, so you can have a working smoke alarm and it will save your life. And I'd like to take this time to thank our Richmond police officers and our firefighters and EMS and the Richmond Sheriff's Office for all that they do, not only in the 8th District, but all over the city. As I've had so many people say to me, what would we do if we didn't have these police officers? That we have their personal cell numbers. We call them when there's a crisis or we have something to tell them that we don't want to call 911 or we don't want to call the precincts. We'd rather talk to the lieutenants or the captains ourselves to give them information. And so I just want to thank the citizens because we call that community policing. And I'm just so thankful that since Chief Norwood has left, that our officers and the citizens of Richmond have continued what he had wanted us to do, and that was to do community policing, to work together, not against one another. Also, I'd like to take this time to thank Mr. Marshall, our CAO, who did so much, not just for me in my 8th District, but for all of us council members and the citizens in the city of Richmond, because I know that he was there for us and he was trying to move our city forward. So I wish all of them a Merry Christmas, a Happy New Year, and from the bottom of my heart, I say thank you to all of them. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Trammell. Vice President Robertson. Oh, you had more to go?
Just one thing.
Okay, go ahead.
Also, Mr. President, I want to thank all of the employees in the city of Richmond, and especially our staff on the 3rd floor, 2nd floor, and our appointees and their staff for all that they do for me, I must say, because there's many times I don't understand a lot of some of these papers, and they take their time to help me. And Jeannie and Lou, I'd like to thank y'all for all you do for me, and you too, Lou. And we have great, great staff, and they do a great job. All of them. It's too many to name.
Thank you, Ms. Trammell. Ms. Robertson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a couple announcements to make in regards to some meetings that are coming up in the 6th District before the year's out. We are having the Alternative to Incarceration Board that's been appointed for some time. We're having our first orientation meeting on December the 17th. It'll be here at City Hall at 6 o'clock. So we look forward to beginning that process of the work of working with the city and looking at alternatives to incarceration on the 17th. And on the 18th, we are going to ask the Affordable Housing Advisory Board, Oversight Board, for the guidelines that we just approved tonight to get together to look at the 30 applications that have come in. There are some time sensitiveness as it relates to some of the applications, so we want to pull that board together to review the applications and also review the guidelines that we've adopted tonight. And that will be on December the 18th at 5 o'clock here at City Hall. I'd like to also encourage the citizen of the city of Richmond on December the 13th to be a part of a community high school jazz ensemble, which is a fundraiser to support the community high school jazz band. We would hope that people would at least make contact with them and come out and provide support to continue that wonderful jazz band that we have in the city of Richmond. And with that, I'd also like to join my colleagues in wishing everyone a very, very, very Merry Christmas. And we look forward to seeing you the new year. We want to thank all of our partners that make the city all that it is and all of our staff for their support, both the administration as well as council staff. And to my colleagues, have a safe holiday.
Thank you very much. As far as my announcements go, I will also try to keep it brief. I wish everyone happy holidays and a happy and safe new year. Please remember, in Richmond, we have a number of alternative modes of transportation, not only on New Year's Eve, but on every other night of the year as well, and ask that if you do decide to indulge in celebrations and libations, to take an alternate mode of transportation home besides getting behind the wheel of a car. I'd like to thank Lieutenant Davenport and Lieutenant Stith for attending my 2nd District meeting last week. We had great results from them, great information. I also want to thank Monica Callahan from Richmond 2015 for giving a presentation on the U.S.A. Road World Championships that are coming in September of next year. The Fan District Association will be hosting its 52nd annual Holiday House Tour on December 14th and 15th from 1 to 6 p.m. each day. Free parking will be provided at Retreat Doctors Hospital at 2621 Grove Avenue and the parking deck at 1104 West Franklin. So you get the top and the bottom of the fan where you can park. For more information and purchase tickets, please visit fandistrict.org. On Monday, January 5th, the Fan District Association will host its regularly scheduled board meeting at 7 p.m. at 208 North Strawberry Street. And on Wednesday, January 7th, the Scotts Addition Civic Association will be meeting at 8:30 a.m. at Riverside Pace McTavish in Scotts Addition, 1300 McTavish Avenue. Folks, I appreciate all we've been able to accomplish this year. I wish everyone good luck in the coming year, and I look forward to seeing you all then. Madam Clerk, are there any new papers to be introduced?
Yes. Intro papers for this evening are as follows, and all papers will be heard. Public hearing will be Monday, January 12, 2015 at 6 p.m. or as announced. Ordinance number 2014-249 to authorize the CAO to accept a donation valued at approximately $90,000 from the James River Association for the installation of stormwater management project in the form of the redevelopment of the 21st Street Tower entrance to James River Park. Land Use, Housing, and Transportation, Tuesday, December 16th at 3 p.m. Ordinance number 2014-250, to declare that a public necessity exists and to authorize the acquisition of temporary easements for constructing multimodal transportation and drainage improvement along Forest Avenue. Land use, housing, and transportation, December 16th at 3 p.m. Ordinance number 2014-251, to authorize the CAO to accept 8 solar power LED lights and installation services valued at approximately $85,000 from ExxonMobil Oil Corporation for the use of the Anacoro landing site at no cost to the city. Land use, housing, and transportation, December 16th at 3 p.m. Ordinance number 2014-252, to authorize the CAO to execute an agreement between the city and VDOT for the inspection and load rating for the Robert E. Lee Bridge. Land use, housing, and transportation, December 16th at 3. Ordinance number 2014-253, to authorize the CAO to accept $84,000 from Barfield Family Foundation and to appropriate the amount to the Office of Animal Care and Care Control for providing medical care and treatment for homeless animals. Finance and Economic Development, December 18th at 3 p.m. Ordinance number 2014-254, to amend the ordinance which authorized the CAO to execute a Storm Brewery Corporation agreement between the city and the EDA for the purpose of adding certain restriction for the use of revenue derived from the development, finance and economic development, December 18th at 3 p.m. Ordinance number 2014-255, to authorize the CAO to accept $420,000 from the Curbside Valued Partnership and to appropriate the amount to the Department of Public Works for enhancing the city's residential recycling services. Governmental operation, December 18th at 5 p.m. Ordinance number 2014-256, to authorize the CAO to accept a gift of service valued at approximately $139,000 from the Curbside Valued Partnership for enhancing the city's residential recycling services. Government operation, December 18th at 5 p.m. Ordinance number 2014-257, to amend the city code to require that the city's payment register be published on the city's website. Government operation, December 18th at 5 p.m. Ordinance number 2014-258, to authorize the CAO to accept $50,000 from the Virginia Department of Juvenile Justice and to appropriate the amount to the Department of Justice Services for providing detention, reentry, placement, and services to juvenile offenders committed to the Virginia Department of Justice, Juvenile Justice. Public Safety, January 27th at 5 p.m. and Council Public Hearing February 9th at 6 p.m. Ordinance number 2014-259, to authorize the CAO to execute an agreement between the city and the Virginia Department of Juvenile Justice for providing detention, reentry, placement, and services to juvenile offenders committed to the Virginia Department of Juvenile Justice. Public Safety, January 27th at 5 p.m. Council Public Hearing February 9th at 6 p.m. Ordinance number 2014-260, to amend the fees in Appendix A of the City Code concerning conditional use permit, special use permit, and zoning ordinance amendment to establish revised charges for such services. Planning Commission, January 5th. Council Public Hearing, January 12th. Ordinance number 2014-261, to authorize the conditional use of 708 Hall Street for the purpose of authorizing drive-up facilities. Planning Commission, January 5th at 1:30 p.m. Ordinance number 2014-262, to declare the public necessity for and to authorize the acquisition of 5001 Williamsburg Avenue for establishing a new public park to be named Historic Fulton Memorial Park. Planning Commission, January 5th, 2015 at 1:30. Ordinance number 2014-263 to authorize a special use of 1734, 1736, and a portion of 1738 North 28th Street for authorizing up to 6 single-family detached dwelling units. Planning Commission, January 5th at 1:30 p.m. Ordinance number 2014-264 to authorize a special use of 2617 West Main Street to authorize two-family attached dwelling units and accessory parking. Planning Commission, January 5th. Ordinance number 2014-265 to authorize a special use of 3410 Cliff Avenue for authorizing a day nursery for up to 12 children. Planning Commission, January 5th at 1:30 p.m. Ordinance number 2014-266 to authorize a special use of 535 West Broad Street for the construction and operation of a building for retail use with an accessory drive-up window and off-street parking. Planning Commission, January 5th at 1:30 p.m. Resolution number 2014-R254 to approve $3,055 from the Council District Fund for the printing and mailing of the 4th District Winter 2014 newsletter. Resolution number 2014-R255 to approve $1,000 from the Council District Fund for the distribution and winter newsletters to 9th District residents. Resolution number 2014-R256 to remove Donald Moss from the Clean City Commission. Land Use, Housing, and Transportation, December 16th at 3 p.m. Resolution number 2014-R257 to remove Aurelius Redding from the Clean City Commission. Land Use, Housing, and Transportation, December 16th at 3 p.m. Resolution number 2014-258 to reverse the decision of the Commission on Architecture Review that denies a certificate of appropriateness for 407 North Allen Avenue. Land Use, Housing, and Transportation, December 16th at 3 p.m. Resolution number 2014-R259 to request that a traffic study be conducted to determine the best traffic calming measures at the intersection of Sims, Dundee, and Forestier Avenues. Land Use, Housing, and Transportation, December 16th at 3 p.m. Resolution number 2014-R260 to request VDOT to program the city's bike share system program and to authorize the CAO to execute all the necessary agreement between the city and the Commonwealth of Virginia relating to such project. Land Use, Housing, and Transportation, December 16th at 3 p.m. Resolution number 2014-R261 to express support for the Healthy Eating, Active Living Cities and Town campaign. Education and Human Services, December 17th at 5 p.m. Resolution number 2014-R262 to adopt the Health in All policies in the form of a policy for HIPAA framework. Education and Human Services, December 17th at 5 p.m. Resolution number 2014-R263 to authorize an amendment to the Public Utility Revenue Bond Series 2008A to decrease the cost of funds and to authorize the Director of Finance to provide for and form the details of the amendment and a supplemental indenture of trust. Finance and Economic Development, December 18th at 3 p.m.
5-6.
Resolution number 2014-R264 to establish a policy that the city intends to replenish the school maintenance project and FY15 capital budget if the unexpended and unencumbered balance falls below $2 million by appropriating an amount from the city's unassigned fund balance and the amount that the city must maintain in the unassigned fund balance to satisfy the unassigned fund balance policy of the city. Finance and Economic Development, December 16th at 3 p.m. Mr. President, that's all the intro papers for this evening.
Meeting adjourned.
Well, it was a long meeting tonight, almost 4.5 hours. We had started a little bit after 6 with a call to order, awards and presentations, agenda review. Got to the consent agenda. It took about 17 minutes before that was approved unanimously. Then we got the citizen comment period. And then at 7:20, we got to the regular agenda. And that's where the time started going. Two items 22 and 37, basically talking about the Martin Agency papers, selling land for agency expansion, and also using property parking, basically, at 100 Virginia Street. That went a lot quicker than we thought it was going to go. Only went about 7-8 minutes before it was approved 9-0. Then we got to items 34 and 38. And this one was talking about career development program. One paper transferred $135,000 from the fire to police. The other provided a one-time bonus to fire and police. And they've kind of equalized the pay with other. What they want to do is equalize the pay with other jurisdictions, so we can retain our firefighters and our policemen and women. And that passed after 25 minutes by a 9-0 vote. Well, then we got to the Stone Brewing Company papers, and there were 3 of them. And talking about Stone Brewing building in Richmond, we had 8 people speaking against the papers, 4 speaking in favor of it. A lot of talk among the council members. At one point, Councilman Agelesto wanted to move into executive session. That was voted down. And finally, when the hour and 10 minutes later, the papers were approved, 8 in favor, none against, but 2 abstaining. Members Agelesto and Trammell abstained from that paper. So those papers have been approved. Now, it doesn't mean they're going to break ground and start building tomorrow. There's still a long way to go, but those papers have been approved. Then we got to item 42, which is the one establishing a policy the council intends to appropriate up to $2.5 million annually to pay debt services for bonds issued for capital improvement to school facilities. That took about 10 minutes of discussion back and forth before that was approved 9-0. And then we got to motion to amend. This would be supporting the efforts of the Economic Development Authority. This is a one about taking a look at how much it would cost to buy the properties down in Shockoe Bottom for future development. It doesn't mean they're building a ballpark. It doesn't mean anything. They just want to find out what the cost of those properties would be. And if reasonable, then make sure the public has definite transparency on what is going on down there. But this was 45 minutes before it was finally passed. What they want to do, they want to find out how much it would cost to buy the properties, check with the public, and if it doesn't mean they're going to go ahead and buy the property. It just means they want to find out how much it's going to cost. That one finally passed. Then we got to expedited consideration. We had 5 minutes. They were approved. And we got the approval of minutes, reports from council. By the way, one of the expedited consideration papers concerns the number of meetings next year. We'll be back to 2 meetings per month in January, February, March, April, and May. 1 meeting in June, July, possibly August, so that usually one gets done away with, and September. 2 meetings in October, 1 in November, 1 in December. And those motions all passed. So that is it for the night and for the year. So we will look forward to seeing you after the holidays on January 12th of 2015. Wow, I'll be starting my, 27th year, 27th year here at Richmond City Council. So let me be the one to wish you, before we sign off, to all my folks out there, thank you so much for being with us this year. I look forward to seeing you next year. Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, joyous Kwanzaa, Happy New Year. Drive carefully, take all the precautions, safety first, make it last, and we will look forward to seeing you next year. Until then, for Gavel to Gavel, I'm Dick Harmon saying good night.